The wild card week has ended, and it ends on a pretty dominating fashion with that Texans team taking apart the Pittsburgh Steelers. That game wasn't really close. They beat the living piss out of that team. That Texans team can play. They can play. That is going to be a hard out when you're talking about getting rid of that Houston Texans team. You know why? Defense travels in the playoffs. You got a hell of a coach in D'Amico Ryans. Xander, your boy Will Anderson, I told you, my prediction, 3 years from now, that dude's going to be better than Micah Parsons. He is a devastating football player. Then you got Danielle Hunter on the other side. That's a formidable group. They get after folks. That defense gets after people. Hey, get this. They remind me of the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles, maybe more so the 22 Eagles. The quarterback can be average in the game. Your defense plays great. You make some plays in the run game, and you blow a team out. They beat the living piss out of that team. I mean, they destroyed them. They just destroyed Pittsburgh. You know, I'm going to go down this lane. By the way, I know we got a super we got to get to here in a second. Super chats go to the top. Do me a favor, please. Hit the like button. We'll get to your supers. I think somebody pre-show sent one, Big Z. So we'll get to you guys here in a second here. Please do me a favor. We appreciate you very much. You know, something that we've always talked about that I've been kind of against many of you on is Mike Tomlin. That's Mike Tomlin's 7th straight loss in the playoffs. Do you want to hear his record in the last 10 years? He's 2-7 and has missed the playoffs 3 times. Mike Tomlin's a Hall of Fame coach, and I love that dude. If there's a coach in today's NFL that I would want to play for, he's it. He's it. But guess what? Everything runs its course. And here's a mistake they made. So correct me if I'm wrong. DK Metcalf was brought in because they thought George Pickens was what was he? He had misconduct issues. Conduct issues, right? That he had conduct issues. Here's breaking news. Mike Tomlin has informed the team he is stepping down as the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach. Holy cow. I knew to start there. Let me say this to you about Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin will go down as truly one of the greatest head football coaches this league's ever seen. This will be only the 4th time that the Pittsburgh Steelers, since January of 1969, will be looking for a coach. Mike Tomlin era is over. What a great coach. What a great human being. What a great guy to play for. I got friends. My wife and I have friends that are on the coaching staff. Carl Dunbar, their D-line coach, has been there since he left Alabama. Says working for Tomlin and the Rooneys, I mean, it's one of the greatest experiences of his life. Alfredo Roberts, a former teammate of mine, coaches the tight ends. It's truly, says one of the greatest places. It's like working for Jimmy. Drop him, Sirianni, right effing now and pick Tomlin up. Tomlin is a Hall of Famer. First ballot, not even thinking about it. Next year, he'll be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. What a great, great, great coach. You know the problem with Pittsburgh was? They didn't have a transition plan from Big Ben. They went from Big Ben to Mason Rudolph to Justin Fields to a 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers. That's not a progression plan. Mike didn't want to go there and go down the lane of having to develop somebody else. Eagles have options. Nick needs to go. You got John Harbaugh. By the way, what a way to stick it to the Baltimore Ravens if you're John Harbaugh. And you hire. What a way from John Harbaugh to stick it to them. I'm going to become the head football coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I brought this up a couple days ago. Why would I take the Atlanta job when I have stability in Pittsburgh if I'm John Harbaugh? Harbaugh can coach there as long as he wants. Tomlin loves Jalen Hurts. Sills, what's the ceiling for Drake May? Possible MVP? How about Super Bowl champion? John Harbaugh, the head football coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. It even sounds right. Here's another fundamental flaw the Pittsburgh Steelers made. I thought George Pickens had character issues. Wasn't it DK Metcalf that punched that fan and got suspended? George Pickens is a first-team All-Pro. Guy went to Dallas and excelled. Metcalf was the guy that the last two games of the year was suspended. I thought the other guy was the character guy. I thought the other guy was the character dude. Right? Man. Tremendous record. Last 10 years has been underwhelming. There's no doubt. Mike probably looked at it and said, we're not going anywhere. You know, there's certain organizations that are at the toilet bowl spin, is what I call. Can't flush it. It just keeps spinning. And you're kind of in the middle of the league. 8-9. Well, not in their case, 9-8, 10-7, 9-8, 10-7, 9-8, 10-7. Dude, now you flushed it. Who gets that job? Remember, this is like being appointed to the Supreme Court. This is a lifetime gig. Very seldom do you ever see jobs that the Rooneys were okay with this. I'm great if he stays. I'm great if he goes. Whatever Mike Tomlin wants to do, the Pittsburgh Steelers are behind Mike Tomlin. The Pittsburgh Steelers handled this with total class because that's what that organization is. Total class. Mike, you want to stay? Hey, a football team being at the helm with Mike Tomlin, I'm okay with that. Mike wants to move on. I'm okay with that. He's built that kind of equity up in that building. That shows you what a superstar coach he is and a superstar human being. By the way, Mike Tomlin, Nick Sirianni, seriously, give me a break. One guy's a coach, the other guy's a puppet. Does Howie already know who his next OC is? Or do they think they'll be dragging out the process and to signing a 3-year deal? Let's hope AJ stays. I'm going to get to the OC here in a minute. Thank you, Tyler. Do I think he knows? No, I don't. By the way, the longer this goes on with Kevin Patullo, the more it favors Kevin Patullo being demoted, not fired. Kevin Patullo's not going to be fired. Okay? He's not. Get this. This guy thinks that fucking Nick Sirianni's a better coach than Mike Tomlin. Nick Sirianni will never see the inside of a Hall of Fame unless he pays for it. He's George Seifert. He's the bus rider. He's a bus rider. Hey, I hope he gets the coordinator right, or he'll suck again. If he gets the coordinator right, hey, the team will win again. Get this. Doesn't that tell you anything you want to know about your head coach? If you get the coordinator wrong, your coach sucks. If you get the coordinator right, your coach doesn't suck. What the hell is your coach's job? Hey, and you know what? It's funny to watch you guys. You don't see the writing on the wall. Nick doesn't make the team better. The coordinator freaking does, along with Howie. In order to make it, Tomlin has JC like Fangio. Hey, man. I love Mike Tomlin. Just a great coach. A truly great coach. Well, let me ask you something here. Speaking of M. Reyes' blow-up doll, Nick Sirianni. Speaking of that, M. Reyes, you're a moron fan. Log off. He is a moron. He's a complete moron when it comes to this team. He sees it through different lenses. You know what that is? Fanboy. That's the ultimate fanboy. That ain't an Eagle fan. That's a fanboy. Hey, can I have your autograph? I don't mind autographs. But when you're sitting out front of people's homes and you're stalking them for autographs, that I do mind. Can I have your autograph, Nick? I love you. What are you, crazy? Hey. So here, let me ask you a question here. On Nick and Kevin Patullo and Jalen Hurts. So help me out here. Are you Jalen Hurts' season this year and Saquon Barkley's season? How much of that do you contribute to the offensive line's injuries? How much do you put that on why the offense didn't excel? How much? How much? How much do you put on the offensive line contributing to the offense where the offense didn't excel because of the injuries in the offensive line? The offensive line was the biggest problem, right? Hurts didn't develop, okay? 20%. Seals, in 26, do you think the defense will have to carry the team also? If Lane comes back, would have him help pick the next replacement? Yes. 80%. Okay. All right. So Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, and Nick Sirianni get the benefit of the doubt that the offensive line wasn't very good. How come Kevin Patullo doesn't? How come he doesn't get the benefit? But those other guys do. Wait. Okay, so wait a minute here. The offense, Jalen, running game, passing game, all of that. Those guys get the benefit, but Patullo doesn't. By the way, you know I'm not a fan. I questioned it from day one. How come they get the benefit? Kevin Patullo doesn't get the benefit of a bad O-line? Guys being injured, but the coach and the quarterback do? Or is it that you just want this guy as your scapegoat? What's the point of watching the Eagles win? New OC, if we lose, he's gone. It's just a cycle with Nick because Nick's not a good coach. If we missed the Super, we missed yours, my friend, Big Bird. If we did, we'll get it. I promise you, man. Hit the like button, guys. We appreciate you being in here. So you guys give the benefit of those guys, right? Okay. Boy, you guys fall in love with your players, man. Seals, did you hear that Richard Sherman leaked about Kevin Patullo, basically asking for sympathy, that the offensive flaws weren't on him? They're not. He wasn't qualified for the job. This is not Kevin Patullo's fault. Your offense sucks. It's the quarterback. Day one. Come on. You're almost here, guys. You're almost here. Sills, how can we convince Tomlin to join us? Mike Tomlin's going to TV for a year. Then he'll pick his team. I doubt he wants to go and do that again for a bit. I don't think. Again. Sills, what about Todd Monken as OC? Todd Monken's going to follow John Harbaugh. He's either going to be coaching, in my opinion, Michael Penix, or he's going to be coaching Baker Mayfield. Why would he go to Philadelphia? To have Nick Sirianni tell him what to do? Well, if I'm going to have anybody tell me what to do and I'm not getting a head coaching job, it ain't going to be Sirianni. It's going to be John Harbaugh. Who do I want to work for? John Harbaugh or Nick Sirianni? And have to be told from the front office what kind of style of play that I'm going to run. No way. I'm going with John Harbaugh. Why would I come to Philly? He's going to work with Mayfield or Michael Penix or wherever John Harbaugh goes. Whatever that looks like. I'm working for John Harbaugh. I'm not working for Nick Sirianni. For what? To be fired if you guys think he sucks because the quarterback sucks? Why would Todd Monken want to coach a quarterback that's not with skill set? He's limited. O-line has real problems, but it isn't on Patullo to work around the constraints. Yeah. I never said he was qualified. You put an unqualified coach in a position of high power. That's on the head coach, or it's on Howie, or it's on your owner. It's on somebody. What is your solution for Jalen Hurts, Sills? Solution? He's got a no trade. This is your guy. Like it or not. What do you mean, solutions? Well, here, I'll give you a solution. Why don't you coach the kid right? Instead of coaching him the way Nick wants to coach him, coach the kid the way he should be coached. But they're not doing it. Why? Why would you hire an incompetent coach and a coach who's not qualified for a 5 to 6 year veteran player? Why would you do that? It blows my mind why they would do that. But then again, you know why? He was an apprentice to Nick this year. Let me ask you this. When you hire somebody who has no experience, and say he's a doctor, he follows around the experienced doctor all year long. It's an apprenticeship. You may know how to do the surgery, but you've never done it. Why would you not think the same way about a coordinator? He's never done it. So what did he do? He followed Nick around. The coordinator in the building that's not a very good coordinator is Nick. It's not Kevin Patullo. It's Nick Sirianni. Nick Sirianni hides behind these coordinators you hire. That's why there's multiple of them. And the players, when they're put in different positions with a qualified coordinator like Kellen Moore, they excel. Nick's the shitty coordinator. It's not Kevin Patullo. He's not qualified. We need an RPO OC, which is nothing of Nick's character and background. Nick's not an RPO OC. That's why you don't hire one. Dude, you hire coordinators to fit the quarterback skill set, not the coach's deficiencies. I'm going to make a point to you. The quarterback, how they're coaching him, they're coaching him to his deficiencies, not his weaknesses. Look at Caleb Williams. I thought Caleb Williams in his first year, His first couple of years in Chicago, I thought that guy was a lost cause. Give it to Ben Johnson. That guy's making that guy and bringing all the shit out that I saw at Southern Cal, and he's making it work at the NFL level. Why? He's not coaching that guy the same way he coached Jared Goff. And I disagree with people that were on Xander's show this morning when they said that guy Franklin, he said that Jalen Hurts could run the Jared Goff offense. That guy is blind. That guy Franklin's blind. If he thinks that he can run through progressions like Jared Goff, based on what have you seen in 5 years? Based on what? He's a one-read guy. Goff is a 3-read progression guy. I have never seen Jalen Hurts go through an offense, and they've never put one in. Get this. So every coordinator that has been in Philadelphia, okay, every guy that's been in Philly, every time they leave, they go back to their formula. Okay, look at this. Lie again? Well, why haven't they run it? Why haven't they run a Jared Goff spread offense? They've never run a spread offense in Philadelphia in Jalen Hurts' 6 years. That's not a lie, guy. That's reality. What are you talking about? RC3 thinks that he can run the Detroit offense, and yet they've never put one in. Why? Because the quarterback can't run it, or they would. He don't believe that. He thinks it's shitty coaching. It's not shitty coaching. It's limitations on the quarterback. Well, then guess what? If the QB's got limitations, coach away from them. Okay? Get this. See these guys? These guys don't want to hear the truth. If they could run, here, I'll say it to numbnuts here. If they wanted to run the Jared Goff offense, they would have installed one 6 years ago, but they never have. Why? Is that good enough for you, knee dragger? Why? Why haven't they? Why haven't they put a spread offense in Philadelphia in 6 years? Why? You got A.J. Brown. You got Devontae Smith. Why haven't you done it? We would have got Jared Goff. We wanted Jared Goff offense. You glaze. Wait a second. What do you – wait. This is perfect. Jared Goff and all of his Super Bowls. Then what are you bitching about, and why are you firing Kevin Patullo if your offense blows? Why are you crying about the passing game then? Why are you crying about the offense? Why are you moaning then? Why does there need to be changes? Stick with what you got. Stop complaining then. If you don't want the Jared Goff and Detroit offense, then stop complaining. Get this. Nobody's bitching. Get this. Look at this lie here. Reich is saying nobody's bitching about firing Patullo. We all want him gone. For what? Why would you want him gone? What kind of offense you going to put in? Reich, what kind of offense are you going to put in then? Then what offense are you putting in if you're firing Kevin Patullo? Okay, you're firing Kevin. You want him out. Then what are you putting in? The same offense? I'm curious. Reich, this is your floor. What offense you putting in? In 6 years. I'm not putting that guy on. I put people that are stars on my program. I don't put knee draggers on. Look at I may do that. I may do that for like a segment, Z. Look at what Steichen did with Rivers and Daniels. It's right in front of your eyes, guys. Jones runs an RPO scheme. Rivers runs progressions. Appreciate this here, man. Thank you very much. The funny thing is Hurts is the most efficient in the spread offense. Just look at the plays he runs and how he moves. I wish someone would chart Hurts' efficiencies in the spread offense to show that. Well, why don't they instill it then, and why don't they run it? I've missed two Super Z. Guys, do me a favor. Please hit the like button. We appreciate you guys being here today. By the way, I got something else on here. So I hear people floating around here, this topic, and I'm going to get to it in a second. Realistically, what is going to take for my Eagles to realize that Hurts is not the answer? Another wasted season. You're going to make a hire, like M. Reyes says. They want Kevin Patullo fired for what offense? What offense? You know what's floating around Philly right now? Brian Daboll's name. Brian Daboll? So wait, let me get this right. Brian Daboll, how do you think he did with Daniel Jones and Jackson Dart? He almost got Jackson Dart killed, and Daniel Jones was a stiff in New York. And Josh Allen was a turnover machine in Buffalo. Brian Daboll? Really? Because why? He was in Alabama? Name me a quarterback Brian Daboll had success with. I'm watching Daniel Jones. I don't recognize Daniel Jones. Josh Allen was a turnover machine when he was up there. Brian Daboll. Wake me up when someone tells me, is that the real Daniel Jones in Indianapolis with Steichen? I mean, Brian Daboll? He was terrible with Allen. He was terrible with Jones. And he's almost got Jackson Dart killed. That's the guy you want in Philly? So if Hurts not the answer, who is no good quarterback out? Well, here, let me ask you guys something. If Sam Darnold wins the Super Bowl, Sam Darnold got a better chance of Jalen this year. Sam Darnold. How many people believe this? If Mac Jones had been drafted correctly by the San Francisco 49ers, that'd be his team right now. And he would be playing in Seattle this weekend as a starting quarterback and not Brock Purdy. Instead, they went with that Trey Lance kid. And if they had Mac Jones would be the starting quarterback. How many people believe that? I do. He'd be the starting quarterback right now in San Francisco. Put that in your hat. So what's that mean? Organizations let down these quarterbacks all the time. The New York Jets, this will go down as one of the biggest disasters in quarterback history if Darnold wins that Super Bowl. If he wins that Super Bowl and the Jets had a Super Bowl quarterback and didn't see it, that's on them. That's not on Darnold. That's on them. Why? Because you didn't develop him. You know what the biggest crime going on with Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia is right now? You developed him, and then you stopped. Firing Patullo only matters if it's a clear demotion of Nick back to cheerleader CEO. Otherwise, we are wasting our energy getting excited about this. Who's getting excited about your new OC? Who in your right mind do you think you're hiring? Kellen Moore had been fired twice. You weren't getting a frontline big name guy. He was fired in Dallas, and he was relieved of his duties in Los Angeles with the Chargers. What do you think, you were getting a guy coming in here? Kellen Moore, if he had failed in Philly, he'd have been fired and he'd never be an OC again. He'd be a quarterback coach. Seals, if you were GM, would you fire Sirianni for Tomlin? I'd fire him for John Harbaugh. I'd fire him for Kevin Stefanski because there I'd have a play-calling head coach. Are you kidding me? But again, the organization likes power. Control Nick, control the locker room, control the approach. Tell you something else. Howie Roseman has more say in the style of play than you think. Howie had to sign off on that coordinator being elevated to OC, did he not? That's on your boy, too. That's on your boy. I mean, Howie Roseman, somebody said, okay. You think Nick just went, hey, guess what? I'm going to hire him. Come on, man. That guy doesn't go to the toilet at NovaCare without getting a hall pass from Howie. Hey, can I go to the bathroom? You know when you were in like little junior school and like you were in like Catholic school when you were a kid? Hey, I need a hall pass. I got to go take a leak. Can I get one, please? That's what he does at NovaCare. Hey, Howie, I got to go to the bathroom. Can you give me a hall pass? I don't want to get detention. Please? Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Sure. Are you kidding? I'm going to do everything. Hey, is it okay? No, it's okay, honey. Here's your hall pass. No worries. You can go take your leak. It's all good. Right? It's all good. Don't worry about it. Nick Sirianni with autonomy. Dude, I told you this on Monday. You either get rid of the coach and bring a new style in, or you get rid of the quarterback and keep the coach and bring a new QB in. Pick one. Because if you don't pick one, what are we talking about? This is wasted conversation here. Same old, same old. Hey, Prince, glad to see you here, bro. The guy not qualified enough to coach his daughter's rugby teams is taking shot at an NFL coach or down year is 11 wins. What do you win again? Where did you coach, Sills? No, you're right, guy. We do a talk show, dude. We're not sitting around here talking about my resume. We're talking about your incompetence on missing a window and winning a Super Bowl. Okay, sweetheart? Don't get your panties in a bind, guy, when you start talking reality. I found out somebody like Johnny doesn't like the truth. This is a dude that would rather be lied to his entire life to make himself feel better and get reach arounds his entire life. That's what this guy is. He's a reach around. He's one of those guys. Bro, there's many shows in Philadelphia, many shows that you can go get kiss asses and make yourself feel better. Hope you find it. Sills, firing KP to hire another OC to run Nick's scheme that Nick can't run himself is crazy. Right. Nick can't run his own system. Nick can't run his own system. Here, it's an indictment on the head coach. Kyle Shanahan had trash cans after Kittle went down, and he beat you. Why? Hey, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of homework assignment this weekend. Okay, you ready? Watch Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan this weekend as they scheme up this divisional round. Then you come back to me on Monday and tell me what you saw. And then you tell me If it's not watching the way savant minds get guys open versus the way you guys do business the last 6 years, and you tell me if it's any different. People can beat you with lesser talent. You know why? Because they got better coaches. Okay? They got better coaches. Watching Kyle Shanahan coach against the Philadelphia Eagles and then watching your offense, it's like watching high school versus the most sophisticated Andy Reid offense you could possibly have. One was like a college class, and the other one was like a kindergarten class. Hey, the fourth down play, I'm sure Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan would come up with something better than what you came up with, wouldn't they? Just watch the game. Use the eyeball test. Use the eyeball test. You don't have to have massive opinions. That's good. That sucks. And if you're going to, I'm not even gotten to my topic yet. Look at this. I got 6 pages of shit. 6 pages. So you give Nick and Jalen Hurts the benefit. But Kevin Patullo is the guy you dropped through the trap door. Is that right? Pathetic. Dumb and typical and expected. Expected from Philly fans. I heard John McMullen say, in the building, you know why they like Kevin Patullo? Because they know it's not his fault. He shouldn't have been put there in the beginning. Didn't you think when he was passed over twice, you didn't raise a question? He was passed over twice. Once by a guy in the building, and then they went out of the building. I kept asking you. All of a sudden, now he's qualified? No, he's not. They put him in there because it didn't matter. Because Nick was calling plays. Nick indicted himself this year. Nick Sirianni was the play caller. Not Kevin Patullo. A guy with no experience is going to call the last play of the season. How incompetent is that? The play that mattered the most to keep your season going. A Super Bowl MVP. M. Reyes is head football coach that he likes. And you got the opinion from a guy who's got the lesser of the experience of those two guys, and those other two dudes went with that? And the season was on the line? You got to use common sense here, my friends. Don't you? Or don't you want to? How in the world does that not make sense? Here, M. Reyes, as usual. What the fuck you talking about? Folks, I'll lay it out for you. The last play of the game. You have the reigning Super Bowl MVP. You have M. Reyes' head coach. And you look at the guy who's got the least amount of experience, who's not really ever called plays, and he's the guy that makes the final decision on your season, and you think that's right. That's why M. Reyes is an ultimate fan. You could have drawn that up on an Etch-a-Sketch. You could have taken that scene out of a movie, Invincible. Hit the cars, go down, and when you make that left right near the deli. You'll see the deli sign. Turn to it. Might as well called it like that. the guy with the least amount of experience you turned to and said, hey, you got to play? I'd look at him and go, yeah, okay, well, I got this. That's the play you come up with, and that's the guy you choose to pick on the last play of the game? You go to him? I'd be like, what the hell does he know? Oh, I know. Only thing Kevin Patullo's experienced at is getting donuts and coffee. And that's the guy they chose to end the season. Firing him. You're going to fire the least experienced guy on the coaching staff. And you're firing him, and you think that changes what? That's a great question. Firing Kevin Patullo. Let's ask the billion-dollar question. Or the $250 million question. Jalen Hurts' contract. Okay? Changing Kevin Patullo changes what? Changes what? Here, I got a timer for you. Like an egg timer. Changes what? Changes what? Forrest, we hadn't heard from you in a bit. Nick and KP's mind versus Kyle Shanahan's and Clint Kubiak. Clint Kubiak. Who do you want calling a 4th and 11? I'm with you. I'm with you. Okay? Here. Folks, this guy indicts himself every time he opens his face. Proven offensive mind. We get somebody that knows how to scheme. Well, wait a minute. You did last year, and they schemed away from your quarterback. They told him to throw the ball less. You want to see something funny? See this thing right here with M. Reyes? Let me show you exactly what your guy, Kellen Moore, did last year. Let's take a look at this. Jalen Hurts. And Jalen Hurts. I'm going to show you how flawed this guy is and how this guy is the ultimate mouthpiece, along with Jason Kelce. So here, you tell me what you notice, okay? Tell me what you notice. Here's Jalen Hurts' trends. Jalen Hurts, 432 passes, 21. 460 passes, 22. 540 passes, 23. 460 passes, and 25. And in 2024, 360. Gee. They took the ball out of Hurts' hands in the Super Bowl year. Was it because it was an historic running attack? It was because that was the philosophy that was going to win games for him. No quarterback in NFL history that runs a football team has ever been asked, do less, we'll win more. You don't want to hear that. Every other year, it's been around 460. Every other year. Every year. Every year except the Super Bowl year. And he had his lowest output numbers. Why? Because you guys hung on this. We had an iconic run game. Of course you had an iconic run game. That was the only way you're going to win a Super Bowl, because the quarterback wasn't going to take you across the line. He couldn't do it this year with a marginal running game. What makes you think he's going to do it in the future with a high-powered OC? Hurts couldn't carry you when you had an average running game. Could he? If you didn't have a 2,000-yard rusher last year, you weren't winning a Super Bowl. Basically, all same things here this year. You had to have a historic run game to win a Super Bowl. Had nothing to do with the quarterback last year. Had everything to do with Saquon Barkley. You don't want to hear that. Well, that's the facts. Because now Kellen Moore is down in New Orleans, and he's throwing the ball all over the yard with Tyler Shuck. Matter of fact, he's so impressed with Tyler Shuck, he's going forward in 26 with him. They're not going to draft a guy. Chargers fired Greg Roman. Not a shocker. Not a fall, guys. I had more faith in Ringo going the wrong way on defense than I did on Kitchen Patrol, Kevin Patullo in 2023, all over hell to go. Get Dan Orlovsky. Come on, man. I'm not getting a guy out of the booth to be my OC. We are seeing a quarterback looking for answers from a coaching staff that can't provide them. Yes. He knows he's struggling, and he'll likely look outside the building to help and get help this offseason. Correct. I wouldn't be shocked if you see his ass back in Southern California with Tom House. Prince, they're not going to help Jalen Hurts anymore. They help themselves. Makes no sense. Prince, do you agree with me? Makes no sense to hire somebody that wants to throw the football for a guy who's a weapon in RPO. Now, if Jalen Hurts doesn't want to run the RPO, you need to move on from the quarterback. Because if Jalen Hurts doesn't have his legs, he's Tyrod Taylor. He's Teddy Bridgewater. What makes Hurts a weapon is his third down ability to run. And if he don't want to run, his days in Philly are over. Prince, do you remember me telling you Jalen Hurts' ceiling is not a long one? This was going to last less than 9 years. It's not going over that. What did Carson Wentz's time last? 5 years? This is going to last like maybe 7, 8 years. Maybe quicker if he shits the bed in 26. This was never going to be a 13, 14-year career. And if he doesn't want to run, he's limited. Dude, Jacoby Brissett is a better pocket passer than Jalen Hurts. I mean, but when you use him right, just like with Jacoby, you know what's funny? You guys take a shit every single time on Sam Darnold. I'm actually hoping Sam Darnold wins the Super Bowl. Because you know why? He'll prove to you don't have to have an elite guy win that thing. You don't have to. Bo Nix is not elite either. Drake May looks it. Okay? Stafford is. Caleb, not yet. Caleb's a green apple. He's the green apple on the tree. Guys, Hurts is who he is. We're 6 years in. What do you think you're going to do with him with a new coordinator? 6 years in. What are you going to do? I mean, what are you going to do? Like, where are you going? I'm hoping we caught off guard and Nick gets fired or parts ways. Praying to the football gods to relieve Nick of his duties. No way. He's the perfect Eagle head coach. Are you kidding? He's everything they wanted Doug Peterson to be. But Doug wasn't a M. Reyes ass kisser. Not going to go around the organization kissing people's asses and asking for hall passes when they want to take a piss. That's not who Doug was. Doug wasn't going down that lane. Every team outside of Pittsburgh looks so much better offensively. The Panthers' offense. You see Bryce Young? Bryce Young looked like he was playing better. Hey, how many people? Bryce Young had a better playoff game than Jalen Hurts did. Bryce Young was better. Let me say this to you. Let's go back. It's a great comment. It's a fabulous comment. NFL, let's go to scores. Who was the worst quarterback in the opening round of the playoffs? In the wild card? Let's see here. Jordan Love threw for 323 yards and 4 touchdowns. Caleb Williams had 2 touchdowns and 361. Can't beat them 2. Let's take a look. Let's take a look here. Let's keep going down the list here. Rams and Panthers. Stafford threw for 304 and 3 touchdowns. Young threw for 264 to TD and ran for 25 and got a TD. Can't beat them guys. Let's go down the list here. Josh Allen had 273, a touchdown, and ran for 33 and 2 TD runs. Lawrence threw for 207 and had 3 touchdowns. And ran for 31. Can't be that guy. Plus, that was a damn good game, that Bills and Jags game. Let's go to this one here. Let's see. Drake May, 268 and a TD. Herbert, because of the defense of the Chargers, and they couldn't block anybody, probably the worst of the playoff teams. Herbert, then Hurts. Aaron Rodgers going against the best defense in pro football. You were going against the worst defense in the National Football League. There's a difference. 42-year-old quarterback playing against the top-ranked defense. Jalen Hurts was one of the worst quarterbacks in the opening round of the wild card. Yeah, yes, he is. He's a better player. Get this, folks. Who do you think Nick Sirianni would rather coach? Justin Herbert or Jalen Hurts? Who do you think Nick would rather coach? Just take a look at his style of play. Look at the offense you put in for the guy. I mean, that's right. Herbert owns Hurts. If you want to go down that lane, which I don't buy that stuff. Who do you think they'd rather coach? They'd rather coach Justin Herbert. The guy's trying to win games with a broken hand. He's 3-1 versus the Eagles, too, by the way. I don't. I mean, hey, how come you don't have an offense like Matthew Stafford? Let's put this in context. Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. Are they compatible to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith? Do you think? Do you guys think? Bro, those are team accomplishments. Do you believe that? Do you believe that A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith are compatible to Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams? Yes or no? No. Okay. He doesn't. You think they're better than, right? If we had McNabb on this roster, how many Super Bowls? Man, McNabb's mentality is my only issue. So wait a minute. If you have the same type of wide receivers that the Rams run and have, how come you don't run that offense? How come you don't run the same offense or an offense that looks like that? How come? You think you're going to put Matthew Stafford in that Philly offense like that? He'd never come to Philly. And plus, the Philadelphia Eagles had never run that offense with Matthew Stafford. You would see 50 passes a game with Nick. When he was with Phillip Rivers in Indianapolis, and when he was in San Diego, when they were with the Chargers and they were in San Diego, they threw the ball 40 times a game under Nick. How come you don't run the same offense as Drake May? They don't even have wideouts. They got the Boston Strangler up there. Right? I mean, how come you don't run these plays? If you have great wideouts like some of these guys do, how come you don't run the offense that they run? You run the risk averse. Is risk averse code for, hey, Jalen, don't turn the ball over? Is that what it is? Risk averse is code for my quarterback can't throw the ball enough to throw me out of trouble. I want you to think about something that happened in that wild card game. You had an average running attack this year with a 1,000-yard rusher. Hurts couldn't win the game. Does that not evident to you? He couldn't win it. Play calling. Okay. Play calling is a funny thing. First, he should have never been hired. That's the fundamental flaw. Secondly, I just laid this out for you. You're not going to call plays to throw the ball in that offense with him. Or they would. Do you think that Nick Sirianni, having been the OC of Phillip Rivers' greatest year, show you this. This is going to blow your mind on Phillip Rivers when Nick Sirianni was Nick Sirianni. I don't think he was the OC. I think he was the pass game coordinator, or I think he was the quarterback coach. When he was, let me see here, QB coach 24 and 25. Okay. 24 and 25. I'm going to show you something here. Phillip Rivers. $24. Let's see here. Phillip Rivers. There it is right there. Phillip Rivers threw the ball 661 times. When Nick Sirianni was the quarterback coach with Frank Reich in San Diego. 661 times for 437 completions. Phillip Rivers threw for 4,800 yards that year. He's got a quarterback. He doesn't want to throw the ball. In the second half of games, no completions, seven attempts. Why? Nick Sirianni's the same guy that was working with Frank Reich with Phillip Rivers. Why doesn't he install that same offense in Philly? Can you answer that? Why don't you put that same offense in Philly? Why? How come you don't put that same offense here? Why? And you think a coordinator change is going to matter? By the way, the longer this goes on and he's not fired, and you see all these potential coordinators now getting scooped up and interviewed, do you actually believe that Mike McDaniel, the guy who was the head coach for the Dolphins, would actually be a good fit in Philly under Nick? No, he wouldn't. You're not hiring a guy like that. Nick's your OC. You're going to hire a guy who's been fired. You're going to hire a guy that's got dents in the fender and who needs the job. Just like Kellen Moore. That's who you're hiring. And why in the world would Mike McDaniels want to go to a lesser quarterback than what he had with Tua when it comes to throwing the ball? He's going to have less passing attempts? Makes sense to me, please. Then do it so we as fans could see for ourselves that Hurts really is not that guy. Who's to say Hurts hasn't improved? You think he's improved since 2020? Get this. I heard John say something interesting, and it is true. I don't think the Eagles helped Jalen Hurts improve. I think Jalen Hurts improved on himself. He got better because of him, not them. This year we have amazing free agent coaches, and we keep Nick. Oh, Jalen Hurts has improved because you know why? Jalen Hurts is that guy. He works hard. He wants to be great. His intangibles, there's no doubt, are what make him. Hey, by the way, Hart, Tagovailoa led the NFL in passing. You led the NFL in 3 and outs. I'm not telling you either's good. We tried to throw last year. Hurts had 7 turnovers in the first 5 weeks. Took Lane saying, run the fucking ball for them to change. I know. You keep denying it. By the way, I want to make it clear. The way you're coaching him, he's a stiff. If you coached him right, he's a weapon. Now, if he doesn't want to run, he's okay. He's Tyrod Taylor with a better arm, I think. If you don't want to run, that guy's not Tom Brady. That guy's not. If Kyler Murray can't run, he can't even be in the league. You know the only reason that Justin Fields is in the league? It's because he can run. Can't throw. That's the only way he's in the league. It's because he's a superior athlete. It's not because he's a quarterback. Just say it. He's ass. Nope, I won't say that. Because I've seen him used correctly, and he is a winning quarterback. And he can win games. I'm watching Sam Darnold win games. He's not a stiff. He's a stiff like this. Hiring a coordinator. For what? To what end? We're going to be here again next year talking the same shit. You what? Guess what? You're right. I'd get tired of listening to it. I totally would. It's the same shit. The same conversation since he left Bama. Let me do this one more time for you. I'm going to do something here. Jalen Hurts. Draft report. Get this on the NFL. Okay. Here's Jalen Hurts on his 2020 draft report. You tell me if it's changed. Pros, pre-draft, dynamic runner, excellent mobility, able to extend plays. He's done that to pros. Tangible, strong leadership, winner, 38-4 in college, great work ethic, high character. Yeah, I'm there with that. Rapid improvement, showing signs of improving as a passer under Lincoln Riley. Okay. Here's your cons. Pure passing limitations, lack the elite arm strength and needed refinement into pocket presence and throwing from a consistent base. Yeah. Processing speed, often locked into one read and struggled with progression reading. Needed to improve on reading defenses. Yeah. Scheme dependency. Ran a quarterback-friendly system at Oklahoma, raising questions about translating to the NFL. Can't run a complex NFL offense. Not much has changed in that one. What happened? Decision making. Sometimes forces throws or bails the pocket prematurely, leading to mistakes. Like, that's 6 years ago. That's 6 years ago. He's who he is, dude. Why do you think I've sat here and I've told you? Because when I read that pre-draft 6 years ago, he was never going to change off that. A couple things would get better. Deep throws and all that. That got a little better. The rest of the shit has all been the same. Read those pre-draft again. I mean, it's the same shit just 6 years later. And a coordinator's going to change this? How many new guys are going to try to change? Lacks elite arm. He needs to be refined better in the pocket. Needs to throw better from a consistent base in the pocket. Processing speed often lacks and is locked in on first reads and struggles with progression reading and reading of defenses. This is fucking funny. Scheme dependency. Ran a quarterback-friendly system at Oklahoma, raising questions whether he could translate into an NFL-style offense. Okay. Decision-making. Forced throws or bails prematurely in the pocket. That's the pre-draft. That's the pre-draft report on Jalen Hurts. And a coordinator's going to change that? An offensive coordinator is going to come in and want to do what? Help him become a better player in his 7th year? Just say the man sucks and we need a new quarterback. No way. You need a new quarterback. Are you kidding? You got a no trade? You got a ton of money wrapped up in that? You better fucking play him. And you better coach him correctly. Or guess what? Nick Sirianni will be a fall guy next time if this guy bails and falls on his face. Nick's the next to go. The coordinator is not going to be the answer anymore. And people are going to get tired of blaming those guys. This guy's going on his 7th coordinator in the time he's been in the NFL. Eventually, somebody's got to wake up and go, it ain't the guy that you're fucking hiring. I told you yesterday, after a while, man, if a guy's been divorced 7 times, it might not be the chick. It just might not be. All the stuff you're saying is leading up to that we need on what we did with Wentz. Yeah. Hey, you may know how to draft guys, but you don't know how to develop quarterbacks to save your life. I heard John, like I said, he got better because Jalen got better, not because they helped him. Nick helped him in what way? They hired and made him throw the ball less last year? If that made him a better player, I guess. Let me ask you this, Emrayes. What was that guy's gig? Do you think he made him better? I actually thought this guy, remember something. This guy's a drop back guy too, Emrayes. He coached Brady at Michigan. Is that the guy? Sills, what's the solution then? Either someone can help Hurts or he's a lost cause. Wait. Coach or the quarterback? Pick one. The coach ain't changing. The coach is not changing because he sees the quarterback for who he is. That scouting report. Do you think Nick sees this? Hey, ask yourself this. And I want you to listen because this will be on someone's show on WIP or 97.5. I want you to remember we said it. And you tell me if Jalen Hurts' skill set fits the offensive approach and the scheme, okay? Try to win ball games. Lacks elite arm and needs refinement in the pocket. Can't throw from the pocket on a consistent basis. Processing speed. He's a first read guy, struggles with progressions, and needs to improve on reading defenses. Scheme. Questions on translating to the NFL, on NFL-style offenses. And forces throws and bails on the pocket prematurely. That's how they build their game plan. Based on that, where's Nick changing? Nick looks at that pre-draft identity of Jalen Hurts, and he's not changed on it. Or, just like with Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua, you'd be running Matthew Stafford's offense. Nick Sirianni was in an offense that threw the ball almost 700 times with Phillip Rivers. You're in an offense that Jalen Hurts threw the football 360 times. What's the difference? It's not the athletic ability. It's the pocket ability. Okay? I mean, drop balls from receivers isn't his fault. No, but the receivers don't believe in the scheme. Their numbers have all fallen off. Why? Nick takes the ball out of his hands. They would rather run Saquon Barkley into a wall than let Jalen Hurts throw the ball. 35, 40 times. Is that not true? Do you think that's true? They would rather run Barkley into a wall. Hey, by the way, Barkley's got one more year left here, the way they're using him. Because eventually, the wall's going to punch back. You know what you also did with Saquon Barkley with this style of play with the quarterback and the offensive approach? You're aging Barkley at a rapid pace. Look at Derrick Henry in Baltimore. Derrick Henry at least has a quarterback that moves the chains, throws the ball, and style of play. I think Derrick Henry this year had fewer carries than he's had like in the last 7 years, outside of the year he got hurt. They're trying to preserve the guy. You're aging the guy. This year he had less carries. You know why? He couldn't stand up to the pressure in the O-line. You age the O-line and you age the run game. Tell me I'm wrong. Barkley's got another year left. And those treads are going to be needing another change. Like, here, let me take a look at something here. Let me go here. Let me go over here and take a look at this. Let me look at DeAndre Swift's year this year. Let me see the kind of season that DeAndre Swift had in Chicago. Let's see here. Regular season here. What did he do in the regular season, DeAndre Swift? What did he have? What kind of year did he have? DeAndre Swift. Let me see. See what kind of season he had under Ben Johnson. Ran for $1,000, more yards than Barkley. Receiving. Had 300 yards and 34 catches. So he had 1,000 yards, 9 TDs, and he had 300 yards receiving and 34 catches. DeAndre Swift had a better season than Saquon Barkley did. He's a better player this year with Caleb Williams. Swift had a better year. Had more yards rushing. I think he had more TDs than him too. And he caught for more yards receiving and more catches. Swift had a better year. Just saying. You know, you could have got away with Swift and Gainwell, but then again, the quarterback doesn't fit. What did Kenny Gainwell say last week? I wanted to go to a place that would utilize my skill. Well, I don't know what that meant. Sills, there was too much money tied up in the player, so it needs to be a coach. Find a head coach in OC to set up the life after Hurts era. Keep the other toys any quarterback would love. Hey, you're not going anywhere. You think you're moving off of A.J. Brown? Based on what? The money that is owed? So wait a minute. You're going to take a $20 million cap hit if you do it past June 1, $17 million, whatever it is. And if you do it before, it's $40 million. So you're not doing that. But here's something to think about. Well, if you're going to do it before June 1, that's when free agency starts in March. So you got to get rid of A.J. Brown now. Once the calendar year starts, it's March, I think, 8th or 11th. You got to make that decision that day. A.J. Brown's come to Jesus in Philly is like March 8th or 11th when the new year starts. Okay? Post-June, like $17 million. Pre-June, 40 big ones. Eagles ain't doing that. Hey, guess what? The decision on AJ now, it affects Jalen Carter. They may have to do this. We're going to pick the 5th year up, and we'll address it next year. And we'll push the can down the road. You don't have to sign that guy. You're not under any obligation to sign him. But then you take the risk again. But he's got the 5th-year option. Then you can franchise the guy. You don't have to sign him now in the offseason. That was wishful thinking if things rolled right and you won the Super Bowl or you went far in the playoffs. Well, that's not it. Plus, you have this thing here with A.J. Brown now. What are you doing? Jalen Phillips. Here, let's do this. Let's do that. And you know what? I'll wait for Big Z on this one. Who stays and who goes? We'll wait for that one. A.J. Brown? A.J. Brown can look you in the face. He basically almost has a no trade himself. Sure. Trade me. Go ahead. Destroy Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman's beautiful, orchestrated salary cap. All them void years, all them great things that you maneuvered the entire offseason. What the fuck did you let Milton Williams go then if you're not going to extend Jalen Carter? Why did you let him go? Why did you let Josh Sweat go if you're not going to extend Carter? You were prepping for what? AJ drops that little FU dust all over you a little bit, doesn't he? What to do with him? What do you mean what to do with him? You need to kiss his ass instead of running down the sidelines and beating his ass. Hey, you got to love it, though. You know what people are doing? I don't have a problem with that. Well, guess what? You're right. You didn't have a problem with it? No problem. The guy dropped 4 passes. Well, then he's not very tough. Really? He's a receiver in the league. He's a diva. Okay? You didn't know that? Well, that's on you then, not to know your players. Well, wait a minute. He should be a better. What do you mean he should be? Not everybody's the same guy. Some guys needs feathers. Hit them with feathers. Some guys need to be hit with bricks. How was a guy you had to hit with a brick? You hit AJ with a feather. You don't hit him with a brick. You coach those guys. You have real talk with players like that. That bullshit theatrics. Well, Sills, are you saying Nick was wrong? No. I'm saying how you handle yourself. Dude, you got to think A.J. Brown thinks Nick Sirianni's a clown. I was watching videos of them walking into the locker room. The guy was looking at him, one eye out of him. Thought he was full of shit. You could tell he's full of shit. Thoughts on the draft class coming out. The quarterback class is not very good. It's just not. I make this point to you. Fernando Mendoza or Mac Jones. If I was a team that needed a quarterback, am I drafting Fernando Mendoza? Or am I going to go get Mac Jones from San Francisco? How many people in here think Fernando Mendoza is a better prospect than Mac Jones? I don't. I surely don't. Would you rather have Milton and Sweat or just Carter? I'm going to take Carter because it's in the middle of my defense. And the heart of Vic Fangio's defense is up the middle strength. You notice why the defenses have gotten better the last 2 years? 2 DTs, 2 LBs, and a hell of a safety. They're strong up the middle. 22, you were not tremendously strong in the D tackle positions. They gave up yardage. TJ was good. Okay? TJ was good, and you got massive pressure in 22. In 23, you were not great. You were young at D tackle. You were terrible at linebacker, and it affected your safety play. And you were terrible up the middle. Well, 24 and 5, you're great up the middle in the heart of the defense. That's a Vic Fangio defense. He'd rather have Adoree Jackson as a corner than be weak at safety. Got to have the middle of your defense if you're going to run that style of play. Got to have it. It's got to be that style. Seals, don't be surprised if the Eagles draft a kid from Utah, Caleb Lomu, the offensive tackle in the first round. There's a lot of great offensive players that are coming out in the draft. There's a lot of great edge rushers. There's some linebackers. Receivers are going to be at a high premium this year as well. It's going to be one of the deepest drafts in a long time. The problem is that the quarterbacks are going to skew everything, which may help the Eagles because some of these players are going to fall down into your lap. There's going to be so many teams that are going to draft that stupid-ass quarterback from Penn State or the even worse quarterback from Clemson. I'm going to make a comment to you here. If Arch Manning were to go out in the draft this year, he'd be the number one overall player taken. 3,200 passing yards, 29 touchdowns, 7 picks, 600 yards rushing, 12 touchdowns. Arch Manning would have been the number one overall quarterback taken. But he's going, I think he would, but that debate would have went on. He'd have been a first-round draft pick. But he's going back to Austin because he wants to be the number one overall pick. Let me guess. He's been demoted. Eagles fired him? Okay. So the Philadelphia Eagles have just fired Kevin Patullo. And Kevin Patullo has been fired by the Philadelphia Eagles. Let me make this comment to you here. He should have never been hired in the first place. Should never been hired. This was something that we brought up. And by the way, folks, we told you this in the offseason, that Kevin Patullo was not qualified to be the coordinator of this football team. He was not qualified. They put him in that position. All year long, the offense went up and down. All year long, the offense went up and down. Okay? It went up and down all year long. All year long. And he was never qualified for the gig. He never improved the quarterback. He never improved the pass game. And it wobbled. But he's also collateral damage. He's collateral damage. Who they bring in, I'm not sure matters. Kevin Patullo is the reason that the Philadelphia Eagles offense, this is so predictable. You fired a guy who wasn't supposed to even have the job, and you're blaming him for the quarterback and the coach's inability to get to the next round. Typical Philadelphia Eagle move. It's not the coordinator. It's the quarterback. Give a shit what you think. On to the next. So now you have fired 2 coordinators in 3 years. What's the coach do? What's the head football coach do? I have decided to make a change. At offensive coordinator, I met with Kevin today to discuss the difficult decision, as he is a great coach. He's a great coach who has my utmost respect. He has been an integral to the team's success over the last 5 years. Not only to the on-field product, but behind the scenes as a valued leader for our players and the organization. I have no doubt he will continue to have a successful coaching career. Ultimately, when we fall short of our goals, that responsibility lies on my shoulders. Who hired him? Is Nick taking and falling on the sword for Howie? So this is the guy you're going to put into the hands again to hire another OC? Who believes that? This guy's a fall guy. How many people believe that Nick Sirianni is making the next hire? How many people believe this? That's an organizational decision. So in 3 years, this guy's gotten 2 coordinators fired. You're going to give that guy the chance again? Well, Sills, wait a minute. He hired 2 guys that got us to Super Bowls. Oh, so it's hit or miss. Well, good luck. Well, wait a minute. You failed this year, you're probably going to win the Super Bowl this coming season. You think that's how they look at it? Jeffrey Lurie, Nick Sirianni's not making this call here without the owners and not the GM's blessing and what went down here. Okay? Really? M. Reyes? Well, what happened to Ben Johnson and Kevin Patullo? Who hired them? Your beautiful head coach. I'll say it one more time to you. Okay? I would never let Nick hire my next OC. Now, what I want to do also here is I want to get Xander's takeaway. So I want to hear him. Okay? So, all right, Z. Let's bring it up here and see. And let me get your initial takeaway here on what you think of this here and what you think. Again, let me hear you on this here.
Yeah, Eagles have officially fired Kevin Patullo. I think it's worth noting right out of the gate, Sills, that it's being reported that the wording is specific here from Mike Garafolo. He tweets this: the phrasing is important here and in the Eagles statement, which we showed on the screen. I will show you all once more here on the channel. Kevin Patullo is not fired.
He's demoted.
There's a chance he could remain on Nick Sirianni's coaching staff, sources say. Now, that to me appears to be about Nick Sirianni wants to vouch for his guy, and he doesn't want him to go anywhere. But if the owner looks at this situation and says, that's untenable, because we can all agree. I mean, somebody who gets demoted, it's not typically a good thing to keep them involved in the organization.
He's going to go back to being a passing game coordinator.
So that's what it looks like. They might keep him in the organization. I don't view that necessarily as a positive thing. You either got to cut bait or you got to leave him there. I mean, that's how I view it. But that's how it's being reported right now. But breaking news, Kevin Patullo is officially done as the Eagles offensive coordinator. And look, so I can already hear the excuses. Another new coordinator. Jalen, give Jalen time. He's had 14 and 10 years, whatever the hell the number is. I can already hear him now. And here it is. Ready? 2016, Jalen had Lane Kiffin as his offensive coordinator. 2017, Brian Dable as his offensive coordinator. 2018, Mike Loxley as his offensive coordinator. 2019 at Oklahoma, Lincoln Riley as his offensive coordinator. 2020, Doug Peterson. 2021, Nick Sirianni and Shane Steichen. 2022, Shane Steichen. 2023, Brian Johnson. 2024, Kellen Moore. 2025, Kevin Patullo. And 2026 is yet to be determined. Let's see, Sills, if this now fixes the problem.
I already could tell that you're being sarcastic.
Yeah, I am being sarcastic. I mean, I'm not sitting here telling you Patullo was great, but that's a lot of change. I do agree it's hard for him to develop as a quarterback with this much change. But I don't view this as the fix that people think it is. I really don't. I mean, you got all these playmakers. The team has struggled to throw the ball consistently for the last 4 years, especially in the last 2 years. And another coordinator's fired. I mean, remember, they brought in a coordinator last year to fix this. They brought in a coordinator last year to fix the passing game. They ran it for 4 games and bailed on it and said it's not the right way to win. Now you're going to bring in another new offensive coordinator. I don't know who it's going to be. I said it yesterday, probably Todd Monken makes the most sense. But the biggest caveat there is I got to have a conversation with Jalen Hurts about what he wants to do. Because if it's true that he doesn't want to run anymore, well, that completely changes everything. So I don't know if it's true. Maybe it's not true, but we will figure it out.
Is it truth in your actions?
Meaning what?
Well, he ran less this year.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. I mean, your actions speak louder than your words do, don't they? So to me, I mean, they made a cognizant effort of not running the ball more from the quarterback side of it. All right, Xander, do your
No, you're good. I can talk for about 10 minutes. I'm waiting for John. So, but I do have to run. I'm going to do a breaking news segment on the channel. This show won't go anywhere. Don't worry. This show will still air, but I just want to get the breaking news. We like to be first in Jacob.
No, I got it. And then if you want, I'd like to have you come back because I like to talk Tomlin. Because I'd like to talk Tomlin a little bit too with you too.
Yeah, I'll come back on at 5.
Yeah.
But real quick, I mean, I can stick for a little bit here. I mean, I'm not a big fan of this setup with keeping him in the building. I'm really not.
For them to word it like that, it's already been predetermined. He's being demoted. Nick's not making some stand, dude. He's not making a stand here. They already know what they're doing. They're demoting him, putting him back in his old role as a passing game coordinator, and then they're going to hire an OC like they did. But here's the difference. They're going out of the building, which means this. That's also a testament a little bit to what they're doing, what you said yesterday. They're going to clip Nick's wings a little bit here because now they're going to bring in a qualified guy like Kellen.
This is a tough needle to thread, this job, because you have to play a certain style of football. The expectations are legitimately through the roof. Like, if you don't have a top 10 offense or you don't, go deep in the playoffs, you're going to get fired. So I don't think the job is as appealing as most think.
I don't either.
It's a style that most coordinators, don't have a background in. Like they were interviewing, they're talking about that guy from LA, Mike McDaniel.
Hey, Angelo, bye-bye, Bobo. He just texted me, folks.
Bye-bye, Bobo. I don't know. I think it's a tough job to thread, man. I really do. I don't think it's this simple. Really not that enticing of a job to me. A team that struggles to throw the ball with some of the best playmakers in the game consistently, an aging offensive unit, obviously still a bunch of great talent, a quarterback that appears to have more demands now than ever. I mean, doesn't want to run the ball, but he's a dual threat quarterback, doesn't really operate well in a high volume passing offense as we've seen over and over again. What's it going to be? Is it going to be a new offense? Is it going to be a variation of what they do?
No. A little bit of that, the last one. A little bit of that last one. I think they're going to change it up a little bit, but Xander, this is a Band-Aid. I mean, this is a Band-Aid, isn't it? This is nothing more than a Band-Aid.
It's a Band-Aid, but like my question is what, by the way, how funny is it the way they worded it? They put it out from Nick Sirianni. I don't believe that Nick Sirianni.
You don't even talk like that.
I don't even believe Nick Sirianni fully had to make this decision.
Mr. Word Salad, that came from him like that, right? Come on, Z. This thing, I tell you what, folks, if you thought your season was over, you're out of your minds.
Thing's just getting cooking.
The Eagles season just got cooked up again.
This thing is just getting cooking.
Dude, you got to love it, man. I just asked Angelo if he wants to come on for 10 minutes.
No, he'll love it.
Oh my God. I just asked him if he wants to come on. I don't know.
You're going to get Farz. We got everybody now.
Yeah. And then, by the way, Thursday, I got Howard too coming up on Thursday. Oh, and I think we're getting Brian Dawkins finally. It's only taken me 100 years to get the guy. So what's next, Z? What's next?
I don't know what's next. Are they keeping him on the roster?
Yeah,
or on the staff?
Coaching staff. Yes, you're keeping him on the coaching staff.
So I don't know exactly what to make of it, but I really,
bro,
I don't think that this is going to be the fix that people think it is. I think people think you fire Kevin Patullo because he's the dumbest person in the world, apparently, and you're going to bring in a new OC, and all of a sudden the offense is going to look great.
I'm going to tell you.
Do you see it that way? I don't see it that way.
But I'm going to tell you something. January 13th at 3:45 Eastern Time, Philadelphia. Frank Reich does not want Kevin Patullo fired. It's one of his guys.
Well, Frank Reich coming in, I actually would like. It's a guy who's got so much experience with different
styles, work with Nick.
Different styles
and Jalen.
Yeah, understands Nick.
Bro. It's
I don't know. I don't know where they're going. I mean, I'm highly amused. I'll say that in the offseason, a highly amusing offseason ahead. I wonder, do you think Nick Sirianni's safe? Yeah, right?
Yeah. This year.
I'm looking at these tweets. I mean, let's
see
if a local reporter has tweeted whether Kevin Patullo is coming back.
He's being demoted. He's not being fired. I told you that when we opened the show, before the show started. They're not firing him. Remember I told them before the show, they're demoting him. They're not firing him.
Oh, good to see Ike Reese with a common sense take. He says Kevin Patullo is a scapegoat if he's fired. Let's be honest. Kevin Patullo is a first-year offensive coordinator. He was supposed to take the 29th ranked passing offense and turn it into what exactly? Remember, everybody, they hired a passing game specialist coordinator a year ago, a guy who had 2 number 1 offenses in Dallas. They abandoned his offensive philosophy after 4 games. They abandoned it. They worked on it all summer. They abandoned it. The offensive line held an intervention.
My first time talking to all of you about this, I remember saying last year when they hired him, why'd you hire a guy with no experience?
I don't know why they hired. It was late in the process, so I do understand that perspective of it, but
there's no one else out there with any experience.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I mean, somebody's out there, but who knows, man? Let's see what happens.
Press Taylor was out there.
I hope it works as much as people think it's going to work, firing Kevin Patullo. Yeah, it's funny listening to John this morning. I was talking to John a little on the air and then off the record as well. Not off the record, just before the show started. And he's like, man, if you heard the players talk about Kevin Patullo, you would be shocked.
Well, then what does that tell you?
And I know what it tells me, but people don't want to hear the truth. People just want to believe what they want to, and that's fine. I do the same shit sometimes.
It's not Kevin Patullo's fault the offense fell on its face.
I mean, John told me Saquon Barkley loves Kevin Patullo. Devontae Smith did. A.J. Brown did.
Not a shocker.
The only one who I think appeared to dislike the coordinator was the quarterback.
It's the quarterback.
Yeah, he's the only one who took subtle shots at Kevin Patullo consistently.
Hey, and one thing on that whole thing with Kevin Patullo. So the final play of the game, Xander, am I under the belief that you had the Super Bowl MVP, you had Nick Sirianni with all his so-called experience, the guy you turned to make the final play of the game at 4th and 11 is the guy that had the least amount of experience in the entire huddle? That's the guy you ask advice to? Hey, dude, if I had a heart attack, I'm not asking some intern guy, hey, how should I get through this heart attack? I'm asking a doctor, aren't I?
Yeah.
I mean, you're asking him? The whole thing was flawed from the very beginning, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows where they're going? It's Nick Sirianni's offense, So if that are they demoting Nick Sirianni?
Yeah,
not from head coach, but but from intern,
from decision making now going forward on this
over the offense. We wrote down a list of things.
You're back to 23 here when it comes to the hiring.
We wrote down a list of things this morning that need to be addressed in the Eagles offseason. I'll rattle off a couple of them to you here. Me and the chat did it on Xander time. All right, let me pull it up here. One was offensive coordinator. Okay, so we're now in the process of that. Second is Jalen Hurts' style and whether he wants to use his legs anymore. We got to figure that out, right? Because if you're hiring a coordinator, what's the advantage to a guy like Todd Monken or Cliff Kingsbury? It's that they work well with dual threats. They make RPO systems. They can make an offense around a dual threat. Well, if Jalen's not going to run anymore and Jalen's not going to be a dual threat anymore, then their value to me significantly diminishes. So
he had 60 less rushing attempts this year than he did any other year in the last previous 4 years of quarterback.
Yeah.
Just put that out there.
Third one I put was head coach autonomy. Will it change? It means that last year when Nick wanted to get off of Kellen's system because he thought it wasn't going to work, which he probably was right about, they went on to win a Super Bowl when they went back to Nick's system. That's why I laugh. Like, a lot of people think Nick is a moron. And believe me, he's not my favorite coach, but he's the one who made the change back to this system that everybody now hates. And this is the system that ultimately resulted in the Eagles having a parade down Broad Street. Do people forget that?
Well, then why fire the coordinator then? If you're going to run the same shit. Because
the owner needs it. This owner does not. That's one thing I like about Jeffrey Lurie. He doesn't accept less than. But sometimes you move too quick.
But it's a meaningless hire. It's a meaningless fire. The only significant fire that you would have that would make a difference is firing the head coach, not the coordinator.
Everybody in the chat, Nick is a moron. I know. Nick is the one who made the decision that led this team to go on and win a Super Bowl. But because the offense doesn't perform, well enough for your liking, Nick is a moron. I mean, Come on, guys. Do you give Jalen Hurts credit for his win-loss record? All right, then give it to Nick Sirianni too. Be consistent.
Okay, then you're also going to criticize him for having 2 coordinators fired in 3 years.
Absolutely, but what is the common denominator here? It's just a hard team to build an offense around.
Well, wait. Well, okay. Well, I'm okay. So if the guy doesn't hire the right coordinator, the team doesn't succeed.
No, they're running Nick's offense because that's what Nick has established is the best identity for them.
That's my problem with it, because when I watch Kyle Shanahan with lesser talent, when things aren't right, he's got answers to the puzzle. He's got answers, dude. There's no way. The answer is this: fire a guy. They don't do that shit in San Francisco. I mean, those guys figure it out, don't they? Here's what we figure out here. Fire the guy. He's no good. We got to figure another guy out, get him in here.
Look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you Patullo was great. But
he wasn't qualified.
I can understand, though. All right. All right, so this guy inherits a passing offense that's 29th overall in the NFL. Legitimately bottom 5 passing offense last year. Okay. The running game falls off a cliff because your $18 million center and your $21 million left guard are a shell of themselves and play about 50% up to the level of what they played last year. Your star Hall of Fame right tackle misses half of the season. Saquon Barkley, for whatever reason, whether it's him or the O-line, runs for 1,000 less yards this year than he did a year ago. And we're all sitting here and blaming one guy who doesn't even step on the field. It doesn't really make practical sense if you think about it.
No, it doesn't.
Everybody played worse. The passing offense got a little bit better than it did last year, and the running game fell off a cliff. And I'm supposed to sit here and berate the clipboard holder, who's running the same offense.
Fire. It's a meaningless fire.
Players got worse, though, man. Players didn't play as well.
Okay. It's a meaningless fire. It really means nothing. It's more for the people outside the building.
Oh, man.
By the way.
Oh, man, this is good.
It is.
So who are they going to hire?
By the way, I heard Brian Dable's name. Let me ask you this. How do you think he did with Daniel Jones, and how do you think he almost got Jackson Dart killed?
Yeah, I'm not in on that.
And Josh Allen was a turnover machine when he was up there, was he not?
Brian Dable was on the staff that benched Jalen. They're not bringing in Brian.
Not bringing that guy in.
They're not bringing him in. No.
And Todd Monken, guess where he's going? You think
Todd Monken? Where Harbaugh goes? I wonder if
Harbaugh goes.
Yeah.
How about Harbaugh to Pittsburgh?
Impossible. Funny, he cracked up. He's like, how would that be? How funny would that be? And then we'd need John to go to Pittsburgh. He said that. Bashad, whatever his name is.
I was kind of kidding when I brought that up. That thing may actually happen here. Do you think Jalen Hurts is going to have any? Do you think Jalen Hurts had any say in Patullo being canned, or do you think that was an internal decision?
No. I mean, look, he didn't live up to his expectations. They didn't live up to it. So somebody's going to get scapegoated. It's a lot easier to scapegoat a first-year coordinator than it is somebody who's making $20 million or $30 million or $50 million, and have no trade clauses, and you can't move on from them. So I get why they did it. I'm not saying they shouldn't have fired him. They should have fired him. He wasn't great, but I think the problems are so much bigger than this on offense that, to me, until we figure out what the direction of the team is going to be, I don't know that we have the fix.
Well, here, I want to ask you this. Do you think it's compatible, Xander, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, and Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua? Do you think those duos are kind of in the room together a little bit? You think those guys are in the room?
I think they were, yeah. I don't know about
okay. Then why don't the Eagles run that offense?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's style. Style's a quarterback for sure. To me, it's not that hard. To me, it's like really obvious. But if
you got all the so-called talent, don't you run a spread offense like you see?
Pumper. That's what Pumper says. He says my logic doesn't make sense. Xander, that logic doesn't make sense. He was the passing game coordinator. It's built in his title. Come on, man. And who's the one passing the football, Pump?
It's the quarterback. This all goes back to Jalen. This all goes back to him. Why is it so hard for that, man?
To me, the biggest question needs to be answered by Jalen. Who are you trying to become? Are you done running? Is this real? Was this report earlier in the year that you no longer want to run? Was that a real report, or was that simply the offense that they had you running? Because if you don't want to run anymore, that's going to completely change about who we're going to hire, right?
Yeah. Look at this one here. Hurts clearly is. Go ahead, Z.
Hurts clearly is striving to become a better quarterback and passer, evidenced by him picking up protections, beating the blitz in his offseason work. Question is, would you guys settle for a 10-win year for growth in a 26 pro-style offense? I don't know if it's that simple, my guy.
It's
because
not.
If it was that simple and you get to the other side and you can then improve from there, then maybe. But, I mean, Jalen Hurts is going to be 28 years old next year. Like, I know you continue to get better. I'm not saying you don't continue to get better, but your skill set is kind of your skill set. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you can get better.
You get smarter.
You can get better at your skill set, but you're not going to, create a new skill set. That's kind of how
you get smarter on knowing what to do.
Yeah, but I heard a clip from Brady today. He's like, I was okay at 25. I was good at 35. I was great at 45. But he evolved his skill set. I don't think he became something he wasn't.
Do you think if Jalen Hurts didn't have that no trade in his contract that they would move on from him if he fails next year?
No, probably not. No, probably not. Probably not. Not yet. I mean, if they bring in another new coordinator and it's the same thing like next year, and they're unable to, if the offense is the problem again, then I think you're probably going to have an even crazier offseason where the coach, head coach, quarterback, probably everyone's like on the hot seat.
What if you miss the playoffs next year?
I don't think they will. They got.
I'm just saying. What? I didn't think you'd lose to San Francisco either.
It's fair. If they miss the playoffs, then yeah, it's going to get blown up. But I don't think they're going to miss the playoffs. But if they did, yeah, it would get blown up.
So without AJ and potentially Lane and without Goddard, they're going to get better on offense?
Website
coordinator.
All right, I got to run. I'll be back. All right, I got to run. I got to do the breaking news.
And we'll read all the supers, okay? Because we got a ton of them rolling in. I promise.
All right, sounds good. All right.
Don't forget, Farzetta's going to join us.
Give a good breakdown, Sills, on that or reaction, and I'll post it up on the channel. All right.
I got you, man. Appreciate it. All right. Here, guys. One more time. Firing Kevin Patullo is a meaningless fire. If you're not going to change style of play, it really doesn't matter who you fire, who you're bringing in. You're going to bring in another guy to run Nick's system because they don't believe in the quarterback. They're just not. This is a superficial fix. This is not a fix that's going to create anything that's going to be a change in direction. If dual threat doesn't run, he's done. Agreed. Hurts for Herbert. Never happened. Jim Harbaugh would never trade Justin Herbert for Jalen Hurts. It's not happening. Justin Herbert is a skilled player. Hey, the supers that came during our small segment, we will read them again at 5 o'clock. Okay, Farzetta's going to join us at 4:30. We're going to get his takeaways too. This dude has misfortune. We're going to read them. I promise you. Okay? Okay, we will read them. Don't worry, guy. Frank Reich. Nick Foles thinks Hurts can be a good passing quarterback. He needs to have more input on what is being called. Well, why haven't they done that then? Sills, this only makes sense if Nick goes to change for change's sake is stupid. Correct. You're keeping the head of the snake. Snake's not dying. It's just not dying. What a conundrum. I mean, what is the shelf life of dual threat quarterbacks? Lamar is breaking down. Hurts is trying to dodge the bullet, and he's under a heavy contract for a minute. Do we just let him air it out? No. You're going to play it out. Not air it out. You're going to play it out. If that's what you mean, though. So I got to believe Laurie and Howie will let Nick know what they expect from him. Hands off the offense. Get this. I disagree with Xander. I think you got more issues than you think coming back. I do. Okay? Hey, that's right. Hey, Joe, do me a favor, Joe. Let's bring some of them supers back here. Let's do the supers here because everyone, we appreciate you investing in us here. So some of the ones here, and if we read them over again, that's all good. So, Joe, just start rolling them out there. We'll start reading them. Farzetta will join us at 4:30. Big Z will jump back on with us at 5 o'clock. Hit the like button. We appreciate it. So we'll start rolling some of these supers. I want to make sure you guys who obviously support us, we really appreciate it. What's sad is the Niners beat us 42-19 at our home last time we played them. This time they beat us 23-19. Same score, but half their roster missing. Yeah, Shanahan's now 3-1 versus the Eagles, by the way. In the Nick Sirianni era, it's 3-1. So, I mean, if you weren't watching that game and you didn't see the difference in coaching, you're blind. I mean, it was varsity coaching and JV coaching. And I'm not talking Vic. I'm talking Nick and Kevin. That 4th and 11 play said it all. All right, Joe. Then do it so we as fans can see for ourselves that Hurts, okay, they're not going to play this role, though. He's not really that guy. Who's to say Hurts hasn't improved? Agreed. This year we have an amazing free agent coaches. We keep Nick. Dude, look at all the coordinators. Mike McDaniels, Kevin Stefanski. Now you have John Harbaugh, and now you have Mike Tomlin out there. There's a pretty good candidates out there. Clint Kubiak up in Seattle. We tried to throw last year. Hurts had 7 turnovers in 5 weeks. Took Lane Johnson to say, run the freaking ball for them to change. Agreed. Joe Brady would be a guy also in Buffalo that I would. But Joe Brady's leaving for a head coaching job, my friend. What do you think Laurie's telling Howie? We need a scapegoat. Get this. After what happened in 23, do we not do this? After what happened in 23, this firing of Kevin Patullo. By the way, I am going to tell you guys one more time. He is not fired from the staff. He is not out of that place. He is going to remain on the coaching staff. They're demoting him. What are you telling Howie if you was Laurie? Howie, we have a Super Bowl roster. These coaches F this thing up. Fix it. Fix it. Just say the man sucks and we need a new quarterback as soon as possible. You need to stop that stuff. You guys need to stop that. You got a no-trade quarterback. He can call his own putt. You can't just say I'm moving off him. Based on what? The money you owe him, the cap hits, and a no-trade? This is your guy, dude. Thoughts on the draft class coming out? Quarterbacks suck. Everything else is deep. Sills knows Frank is our new OC. No comment. He'll be interviewed for the offensive coordinator's job. That's all I'm willing to say. Frank Reich. Hang on. I'll read this here. Let me do this. And I'll show you. So I just text Frank. And you see what he says. Frank Reich's been on this show as the head coach of the Carolina Panthers, the head football coach of the Colts, and a friend of ours, the head coach of the Stanford Cardinal as well. So we'll see what's going on. Would you rather have Milton, Sweat, or just Carter? I'm going Carter because he's interior. So don't be surprised if the Eagles draft a kid. Yeah. Joe, we got these. So we're caught up. Good. We're caught up now. Guys, we appreciate that. We really appreciate all the supers here today, too. So we're good. Definition of insanity is doing the same shit over and over with no different outcome. Correct? Absolutely. Firing Kevin Patullo fixes nothing. Okay? Joe, this guy says we missed the super. We missed his super. So hopefully if we can find his super, Philip Cologne, we can get that to him there. Sills, you woke up tomorrow morning in your Howie Roseman shoes. You could do whatever you want. What do you do? From coaching to roster management, what moves do you make? Love you, Big Sills. Thank you. What would I do? I'd first address what Lane Johnson's going to do. That's going to determine my April draft or maybe free agency in March. Then I'm going to talk to Jalen Phillips and Drew Rosenhaus. What's your plans? Here's our number. Then I'm going to talk to Jalen Carter again with Drew Rosenhaus. And then I'm also going to talk to my coaching staff. How are we going to improve the offense? Saquon Barkley is another one you have to address. On Foles' podcast, Richard Sherman said that he was told, Patullo said that he doesn't understand the hate and people don't really realize what's going on inside. Probably true. Okay, but wait a minute. I've heard the opposite. I heard that nobody hates Patullo. Well, if you don't hate Patullo and the players don't have a problem with him, it's on the quarterback. Seals, do you realize if we hire Frank, the output is gone entirely? They're going to let him speak. They're not going to let him speak to you anymore, and that sucks. It's okay. They want to control the narrative. I got it. Actually, that's beginning now a little bit with Frank. That's what makes me know that during conversation with him. Frank usually responds right away. Sills, I am tired of hearing Hurts doesn't want to run. It's Nicole Lynn saying, Jalen, you're entering your prime health is your number one concern. Do your agents talk to you like that? Yeah, they do talk to you like that. They absolutely talk to you like that. Can't make lateral moves. You'd hire Joe Brady as bring his own OC, hire him as a head coach. You can do that. You can hire him. By the way, this is also an indictment on Sirianni. If Sirianni's making that statement and they're leading you to believe that Nick made that fire or demotion, he's responsible for Brian Johnson and Kevin in the last 3 years. Is he not? Come on, nobody believes that. Don't matter who they hire as OC, if Nick's still here. Correct. Does not matter. It's a Band-Aid. It's a meaningless fire or demotion. Right. See this here? If Jalen Hurts is your quarterback and Nick Sirianni is your head coach, status quo. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to go into the offseason and feed you a bunch of bullshit. Then they're going to go right back to risk averse. Follow me here. Do you guys remember at the beginning of 24? They were running like motion. Remember Green Bay in those first 4 games? They were doing motion stuff. They were bringing it, confused the shit out of Hurts. He was turning the ball at an iconic rate. He had 26 turnovers in 23 ball games. Remember that? It was all over. Right after that, they stopped that shit. No more motion. They don't run any motion. They don't run any of that bullshit. Right? They don't run any of that. How he's going to fix the O-line? How? You just gave the center a 3-year contract at $20 million. Landon's in the middle of a contract with $20 million. Your 2 tackles are making north of $25 million. How are you fixing that? What are you going to do? More dead cap money? If you want to move off of AJ? How are you fixing that? Is Lamar smarter than Hurts? Is Lamar smarter than it hurts? Lamar runs a lot of motion. I don't know. You telling me? You tell me. I think Jalen sees the game better than Lamar. I just think that Lamar Jackson has better coaching. Todd Monken and John Harbaugh, I think they're better coaches than what you have in your football team. In 2024, we didn't go away from Kellen Moore's offense. Smitty and AJ were out of the lineup, and the run game was so good that we stuck with it. I disagree 100%. That's cover, dude. You were 27th and 29th in passing. This year, you're 24th. Nothing's changed. You were a little better because the quarterback had to make some more plays. Your passing game sucked last year. Your passing game sucks this year. You're making it, and you won the Super Bowl because you can run the ball. Here, just to put that in context, you had an average running game this year and you lost. Do you think Nick put on his big boy pants? No. And demanded his friend keeps a job just because he won the Super Bowl. This could get ugly next year. Depends who they hire. Hey, Sills, with the news, who would you like to see of the Eagles' next and new offensive coordinator? Well, you're not going to hire a coordinator for Jalen Hurts. You're going to hire somebody that can work with Nick. So go from there. Who can work with Nick? Knowing that the quarterback has limitations. Who would be willing to bend? It's going to have to be a guy that was fired. Because the guy who was a hot coordinator is not going to take that job. Why in the world would he want to be a coordinator when he would have his game plan taken away from him? He can't install his game plan. They got to install the game plan that won the Super Bowl a year ago. They got to run the ball. Frank would work. Frank Reich would work, in my opinion. He would. He would work. What's the chances of Gruden taking the OC gig? Slim. Why don't you hire Doug Peterson? Doug, on our program, said he'd be open to taking that job. Why not Doug? Then you can have two head football coaches in there. Maybe a little bit threatening, though, to Nick, huh? Dan, you called this mess all year. Took a lot of shit for it, didn't I? Didn't we? Took a lot of shit for it from a lot of folks. They both won a Super Bowl. Who cares? Yeah, well, not everybody's ego thinks like that, Sue. I think you're right. Hey, Sue. Mike Vrabel, he didn't care, did he? He went and got himself Josh McDaniel. Josh McDaniel worked with Belichick. He goes like this. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second here, guys. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on for a sec here. Okay, hold on. No comment. No comment. So that was made. I think Frank's got a good chance of becoming your next offensive coordinator. We'll see what happens. The problem isn't your opinions. It's when you get on this Jalen is stupid. I never said in my, hey guys, this guy's making this up. Have I ever said that Jalen's stupid? Have I ever said that Jalen Hurts is stupid? Have I ever said that he is a dumb guy and a dumb quarterback? I have never in my entire life said that Jalen Hurts was stupid. Limited is one thing. Stupid, never. I have never said that about the quarterback. As a matter of fact, I actually think he's one of the smarter quarterbacks in the league. It's an asinine comment from a guy who's trying to make, again, whatever. Take 2% of what we say and into some sort of dumbass comment. Okay? I thought you said Snoopy. Yeah, that guy's stupid. Harbaugh's the most likely to the New York Giants. Why? Jackson Dart? Apparently, the Rooneys are preferring to go offensive-minded like Arthur Smith or Clint Kubiak. Well, just know this. The Rooneys don't make a mistake in hire. You know what? Not really. Jeffrey Lurie makes mistakes. Every single coach he's ever hired has a winning record. Every single guy, including Chip Kelly. Including Chip. Chip's got a winning record as the head coach of the Eagles. Ever since he took the team over, Joe, hook me up here. He take the team over in like 94? And that was like Andy, right? 94, 90, I think it was 95 when he took the team over and he hired Andy Reid. I don't think he's ever had a coach have a losing record. So, you know, he okay? Literally said it minutes ago that I said that Jalen Hurts was stupid. What a liar. Guy, go put the cellophane hat on. The Eagles office got arrogant and thought we would repeat off of raw talent. I believe that. Howie deserves as much blame as the coaches. You know, I don't think he hired Ray Rhodes. He may have inherited Ray Rhodes. I thought Ray was before him on like the last hire of Bremen. I could be wrong. I thought he was Bremen's actual last one. I'm 50 years old. The Steelers have had 4 head coaches in my lifetime. Yeah, the new one coming up. If I'm not mistaken, Chuck Noll was hired in January of 1969. Cowher, and then Tomlin. What makes that crazy is that every single coach that's been hired by the Steelers outside of Noll in the last 60-plus years, they all worked on the previous coach that they took over for staff. So there could be somebody on that coaching staff that the Rooneys like, that they'll elevate because they know the culture in the building. By the way, they still do that wild thing. They have Fish Fridays. Very, very, very religious and very Catholic are the Rooneys, and they still do that on Fridays, Fish Friday. I've eaten there actually, and if you go there, okay, and you go there on Fridays, it's Fish Friday. Lurie bought the Eagles in 94 from Bremen, hired Andy Reid in 99. Hired Ray Rhodes in 95. So Ray Rhodes is probably the only coach then with a losing record. Very good. Thank you, Joe. That's right. He bought the team, got controlling interest from Bremen in 94. Reid was the second hire. Rhodes was the first hire, okay? By the way, Rhodes was a coach of the year. Ray won a coach of the year award. Guy may have won 2. But I think it was just 1. He won an NFL coach of the year award when he was at the Philadelphia Eagles. As the head coach. Man, I haven't even really if you guys thought that the offseason for the Philadelphia Eagles was going to be quiet, it was quiet in the Super Bowl year. This is going to be as loud as it's been in a long time. If we say Jalen can't read a defense, he can't run a complex offense. Correct. That's got to do with processing. More than anything else. It's processing. He can't By the way, I read you his I read you his comments that his pre-draft and what it said about him. Those weren't my takes. That's what the NFL's takes were on him. Yeah, we did. I remember watching the game from my grandparents' couch with Jim. Bobby Hoeing was at Andy Reid's first training camp. Didn't make the team. Seals 18 years with Harbaugh, won Super Bowl. Yeah, I know. Right. Kind of same comment can be made about Tomlin, right? Here's Mike Tomlin. Last 10 years, 2-7 in the postseason. Missed the playoffs 3 times. 2-7. And has lost 7 straight. That's Mike Tomlin's finish in Pittsburgh. It might be. The Rooneys like to elevate from within. They don't really like to go out of the building. But boy, I'll tell you, John Harbaugh coaching the Pittsburgh Steelers, that kind of sounds right. Doesn't it? I mean, that sounds right. Could have been Hoeing, Ricky Williams instead of McNabb drafted. McNabb was a great draft pick. So it might be. Yes, I agree. Charlie Gardner could run through a key. Dude, Charlie Gardner, I remember him with the Raiders and with the Bucs. Yeah, this is big. But again, it's big in the context, and I'm talking the firing of Kevin Patullo. It's big in the context of this. It's not going to matter. Are you going to be fooled again? Are the Eagle fans going to be fooled again? That you think you're doing something significant here? Because you fired your coordinator means what? What does that actually mean? Nothing. Nothing. He's got an aging team. There were no long-term quarterbacks. At least Atlanta has a young roster and no long-term quarterback. Both have good owners. I think that Atlanta job is a great job. I don't think Michael Penix is the guy. And if you want to go down the lane of having Kirk Cousins as a stopgap guy to get to the next guy, hey, dude, I'd go grab Mac Jones if I was Atlanta. I'd grab Mac Jones. Okay? Sills, I don't know what the Eagles are doing until free agency. Hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to get Farzetta on in a couple minutes. And a little bit later on, we're going to do who stays and who goes for the free agents coming up. Because, again, there's very little room you can move. You're not moving off of A.J. Brown. And if you do, how are you fixing your issues on the offense and in the offensive line? If you do that before June 1, you'll have a $40 million cap hit. If you post-dated past June 1, how are you preparing for free agency? You still have to carry that money. Sills, should the Eagles move on from Lane, even if he does want to come back? That position killed us, and we need a replacement as soon as possible. Dude, the problem with Lane will be if he can play 17 games or 15 games. But Lane Johnson, moving on from a guy like that, 50% of Lane Johnson is Fred Johnson. Okay? Half of Lane is all a Fred. I think you can. That's right. He's almost unreplaceable. Hey, do you think the league caught up with the risk-averse offense? It's not that hard. It's not that complex to figure out. The San Francisco 49ers stymied you with streetwalkers. How are you going to improve the offense? How are you going to improve the offense with a limited quarterback? How are you doing that? If you have talent on the field, you don't run Matthew Stafford offenses. You don't run what they do up in New England with Drake May. You don't do any of that. Look at this. Think your Super Bowl window's closed? Hey, Sue, I don't know if it's closed, but I think it's closing. And I think that's why Jeffrey Lurie's pissed. If I was Howie Roseman, I'd be extremely pissed off at Nick Sirianni. I'd be more pissed off at him for this. Hey, do you think they handled that scenario in 23 has a lot to do with also a little bit of what went on here? Boy, man, I'm going to ask you this. Before we bring Mark Farzetta on, firing Kevin Patullo, it's a Band-Aid. I mean, this is for like the media. Hey, and from what I'm understanding, I told Xander before my show started, they're not firing him completely. I guarantee you they demote him and they put him back in that passing game coordinator role. You want to bet? All right. What perfect timing for our boy Farzetta to come on here. This is perfect, man. Most Italians have perfect timing, except if you're the offensive coordinator in Philadelphia, right? Hey, if you're not, hey, he's the only Italian I see with bad timing, Farzy.
Yeah, it would appear that in both play calling, and yeah, that's about it. Actually, play calling. Yeah, that's a big one for him, unfortunately. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Good, man. Give me your initial reaction. Them replacing Kevin Patullo as the offensive coordinator.
Gratefulness. That's my initial reaction, that this didn't drag out for like 2 weeks. I looked up 2 years ago, rather, when Brian Johnson got canned, and that was on the 23rd of January. So I'm looking at it like there's no way with the bevy of talent that's available that they're going to wait that long and let guys fly off the shelves, let inventory fly off the shelves for their offensive coordinator and play caller. And to the Eagles' credit, they didn't wait all that long. I mean, I thought it was pretty cut and dry. I mean, after you hear Kevin Patullo in training camp when he's asked about the difference between being the offensive coordinator and being like the passing game coordinator, he's like, it's not really that different. I'm like, dude, it better be different because this is a totally different responsibility that you have now. And then you go through the season, you hear that Nick Sirianni is taking on more responsibility. He is taking more control of the offense. He's presenting alongside Kevin Patullo. Then you hear Kevin Patullo talk about how they're running just to run against Buffalo. Then you're hearing from Nick Sirianni that during games, if he hears something that he goes, I don't know if I like that play call, he can't jump in because it gets you too late on the play clock. Like this, the writing was on the wall. And then, of course, the way they fell apart again in the second half for yet another game, this one in the postseason, and it ends with Jalen Hurts looking at Kevin Patullo like, dude, what are you calling here? And Nick Sirianni looking dumbfounded as well. I thought it was pretty cut and dry. They could have walked off the field, up the tunnel, said salute to Kevin Patullo, that's it, see you later, and moved on right at that point. But they waited for a downbeat, and hopefully they can still get in on the still available talent that's out there.
So I heard a clip yesterday from Jalen Hurts when asked the question, do you want Kevin Patullo back? And the names were not that press release that Nick Sirianni just put out. I heard, well, that's up to Howie and Jeffrey Lurie. I didn't hear any Nick Sirianni. Now, again, he may have thrown him in there after that a little bit, but initially those two names were thrown in there. So to you, did this come from upstairs? We need someone on the chopping block?
There's no longer an upstairs. It's a ramp at this point. Okay. That you could just skateboard right down as quick as possible and make the decisions. And that's ultimately what this was. This was let's even go back to week 18. You think Nick Sirianni called Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman, was like, hey guys, this is what I'm doing. I'm going to rest the starters. No, that was an organizational, although wrong, organizational decision to rest the starters. So now you're in a situation where Nick Sirianni is going to get to say the word I on a press release. And we all know that's not true. We all know that the decision is not being made without the influence, approval, and, persuasion, probably, given the relationship of Kevin Patullo and Nick Sirianni. They are not making the decision without Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie signing off on it, or from jump encouraging the decision to be made to move on from KP as the offensive play caller.
Okay. Well, now that you've replaced him, are you going to see any changes in 2026? I mean, Farzy, you've got A.J. Brown, you've got Devontae Smith. I don't know. When I look over at Devontae Adams and I see Puka Nacua, I see a completely different offense. Mm-hmm. When I look at the Philadelphia offense, to me it looks like St. Joe's prep. Run right, run left, throw right, throw left. I'm not seeing a lot of creativity. And when I watched Kyle Shanahan on Sunday versus Kevin Patullo and Nick, it was like varsity and JV. Do you think any changes happen here?
I mean, absolutely. First off, I'm not shocked that a team that has Sean McVay as the offensive mastermind is creative. I'm not shocked that a team that has Kyle Shanahan as the offensive mastermind is creative. But what's the biggest difference there? Those guys are head coaches.
Yes.
Those guys are making things happen as an offense. The Eagles are stuck. And look, they've had a phenomenal run, but I can't be convinced that it's always sustainable. Look, Howie and Jeffrey Lurie, credit to them. They've proven 3 Super Bowls in 7 years. You win 2 of them. You go to 3 of them. It's pretty damn good. 8 years is pretty damn good, right? Playoff appearances, back-to-back NFC East titles, for whatever worth you want to put into that. But the head coach he's got to be the guy that's willing to play ball. Doug Peterson wasn't. That's why he was relieved of his duties. Nick Sirianni is willing to play ball. That's why he's going to stick around here. And unfortunately, that's going to be the detriment, I believe, of the long-term success of the Philadelphia Eagles, because you can't consistently have rotating play callers with your offense. If your head coach is going to be a glorified motivational speaker, well, I'm sorry, strategy still plays into it. And then you also have to be bulletproof with your motivational speeches, to the point of you can't have a second half lull. You can't have a collapse of 2023. You can't have instances like that scattered about where you need a flower power speech yelling at fans, or Jalen taking over a game, or a push-button offense with Saquon Barkley taking over a season. That's not sustainable, and you're going to continuously be in this vicious cycle of replacing offensive coordinators and play callers, because the minute they taste success here, just look at Kellen Moore, the perfect example. Was in, Dallas for 5 years, 1 year in L.A., comes here to Philly, 1 year, bang, head coach in the NFL. So that's unfortunately the way it's working right now with Nick Sirianni, where if you really want him to play ball and make Howie and Jeffrey Lurie feel like they're really running the show, and of course Jeffrey feeling like he's really the owner of the team, the opposite of the Chip Kelly era, well, then they're going to keep Nick Sirianni here for as long as humanly possible, in hopes that they can keep working in play callers that will find some bit of creativity with this offense.
Okay, so 2026. So in the last 5 years, I've seen Bill Belichick fired. I've seen John Harbaugh fired. I've seen Mike Tomlin today step down. I mean, dude, I don't care how successful you are. Your resume sometimes doesn't save you as a life preserver. It gives you another life, like a cat a little bit, right? Let's go forward here. Lane may retire. I'll talk about A.J. Moore here in a second, but you may move on from that, okay? With those 2 guys. You're most likely going to move on from Goddard. You made him take a $4.5 million pay cut. Why the hell would I come back? You made me take a haircut for almost $5 million. So you're going to be without them 3 dudes. Then you got to make decisions on the other side. You can't really move off of AJ in a way because of the $40 million in that cap pre-June 1, 17-something after. All these decisions here. What if that football team farts around next year in 26, Farzy, and they don't roll into there and it's spotty, they make it to the playoffs, and all of a sudden you have the same result? How much heat is Nick under after that?
An immense amount of heat. An immense amount of heat. Because, look, here's the bottom line. Nick was supposed to be the guy that came in and took more control, like we talked about earlier. And you still have the same result in the postseason. Nick was supposed to be Kevin Patullo's guy, right? Maybe after winning a Super Bowl, management said, we'll consider your suggestion a little bit more than normal. Here you go. And the guy that you passed over twice, by the way, wasn't cut out for the job. Yeah, that's going to fall on Nick. And the Eagles aren't going to want to waste Devontae Smith, whatever they have left to Saquon Barkley, a franchise quarterback like Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, who, after hearing Jalen speak about him yesterday, just might be back next year as well.
Yeah.
Maybe Lane Johnson comes back for one more year. Do you really want to waste that? Like, you got to be right. You got to get this next hire right. And if it's wrong, yeah, you could be talking about real sweeping changes throughout the organization with the Philadelphia Eagles. That's the big concern going forward. You can't waste this upcoming year.
Farzy, the quarterback, and his accountability in this. This will be the second coordinator in 3 years. I mean, you know, you're almost, this is an indictment, I think, on Nick too. So wait a minute. If the coordinator sucks, Nick sucks? If the coordinator's good, Nick's good? That tells me the coach is not good.
Yeah.
That tells me the coach, I mean, who's more limited? The head coach or the quarterback? I can't tell anymore because I watched the game against Buffalo in the first half. I'm doing this. Hey, that's the way. I thought he played great. Second half, it was like a light switch in a room. Hey, let's just shut it off and coast home. I think that's coaching. Now, the quarterback, if he doesn't want to run and he doesn't want to be that guy and he wants to pull the McNabb on you guys, he's not going to win you ball games sitting in the pocket. We just saw it against San Francisco. He's got to run. He had 5 yards or something in that San Francisco game. Farzy, if he's not dual threat, he ain't the guy anymore. Am I wrong when I say that?
No, and I remember you asked me about this years ago. If you take away the legs, what is he? And I'm like, well, then he's not as good. But if you take away any key attribute of a successful quarterback, they're not going to be as good. Look, listening to Jalen Hurts, as you have throughout this year, and listening to his press conference, this ain't Jalen. Jalen wants to win football games, but if they're telling him to stay in the pocket, if they're not calling designed runs, like, it's ridiculous to me. Here's the thing. If Jalen's going to check to a run play, odds are it's going to be a quarterback draw, right? If he's going to call his own number, he's going to go empty backfield. He's going to split him out wide. He's going to stretch the field, and he's going to try to get through the middle of that defense. Well, you see them go empty backfield on 3rd and 2. You don't see those quarterback draws like we saw last year. That's not Jalen. That's the coaching. And Jalen, throughout this season, has left little breadcrumbs, allowing people to know that, hey, the straitjacket, unfortunately, is still on me when it comes to what this offense wants me to do, what Kevin Patullo wants me to do, maybe even what Nick Sirianni wants me to do, maybe even what Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie want me to do. But if they want to limit my ability as a quarterback, then you're going to limit the ability of how successful this offense can be. Now, on the other side of it, here's what I will say about Jalen as far as staying in the pocket and all that. There were times throughout this season, and I am a big Jalen Hurts guy. I wanted to be here for a very long time, but you got to be real about this. Kevin Patullo was not the only problem on this offense. Nick Sirianni was not the only. They were the biggest problems, but the offensive line did not play to the standard that they have set, and there was a lot of meat on the bone throughout the year left by Jalen Hurts. Now, quarterbacks are going to miss throws, and yes, you can come up with all the excuses. Yeah, it's hard to find a rhythm when your offensive play caller has no rhythm, essentially, and has no creativity and can't figure out ways to put the ball in the hands. But if you're just talking about what Jalen Hurts can get better at, there's moments throughout the season. You look at that Buffalo game. Again, offensive line, play calling, terrible. But there's instances that Jalen Hurts missed opportunities in that game or rushed away from pressure that wasn't there. Now, you could say he's shell-shocked because of the amount of pressure he has faced this season, but you can't get out of a clean pocket and then roll into pressure, as you saw in Buffalo. You can't miss receivers. You can't wait to give the ball or put the ball down the field when you got an open guy and you're running to your right and it's right there for the taking. Don't leave that meat on the bone. The unfair thing with every quarterback that plays is that you always have the ability to be the deodorant when everything else stinks. All right. Jalen is a good enough quarterback where he can overcome a lot. But the lack of any fluidity in an offense, the inexperience of a play caller, at the same time an offensive line taking a huge step down from what we saw last year, that's a lot to overcome in one season, not to mention the rather uncharacteristic drops we saw from A.J. Brown this season.
I want to read you something. This is Jalen Hurts' pre-draft report. And I want you to tell me if you think this guy has improved Or do you think it's pretty much what we've been watching for the last 6 years? Okay. This is what they said about him in the pre-draft. Lacked elite arm strength and needed refinement and pocket presence, and needs to throw with a better consistent base in the pocket. Processing speed, often locked into first read and struggled with progression reading, and needs to improve on reading defenses. Scheme dependency, ran a quarterback-friendly system at Oklahoma. Raising questions about translating to NFL-style offenses. Decision-making, sometimes forced throws and bails the pocket prematurely, leading to mistakes. Has he improved on any of those in 6 years?
No. There's a lot of things in there that still ring true today. I will say when he has time.
Now, is that on coaching? I'm not getting them the right guy too.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is coaching, but also, like, here's the thing about Jalen. There's a lot of stuff you could criticize in the way that he does things, but oftentimes, and this is what this year lacked, when the play needs to be made, he has made the play. Again, This year that was lacking immensely. Okay. Yeah. But last year, you could point to different scenarios in clutch situations, even when the offense wasn't clicking, even if Saquon struggled in a game. There was moment 3rd and 7 against the Ravens in Baltimore. Like it's a year ago, so I don't want to rehash all of that.
Steelers,
there's clutch. Yeah, Steelers game. There's clutch situations that Jalen has come up. The Panthers game from last year, I just love. This game is crazy because you go to that Panthers game last year, you watch that game last year, and you come away from it and you go, wow, Jalen sucked. That offense sucked. Everybody was terrible. And then you come away and you're like, hold on a second. Jalen had 3 touchdowns in that game. And that's the game he was terrible, you know? Even at this point, with all the herky-jerkiness of the offense, Jalen, up until I think the Chargers game, was on pace for a career high in touchdown throws or touchdown passes in the season, like and yards put up in the season, all that stuff. So, I always say numbers never lie, but they sure as hell can deceive. That's an example of that. But there's a lot of things in that scouting report that are still true, but what it doesn't measure is how clutch he has been in his career. Again, this year notwithstanding, unfortunately. But if you're talking about things that he defaults to, those are still a lot of the problems. I will say I think his arm has gotten better. I think for the most part his accuracy has gotten better. But when you're talking about a one-read wonder, that does happen a lot. That's why I think it's so important. You talk about coaching, get them to the line of scrimmage with 15 seconds, 10, 15 seconds on the play clock. Give him an opportunity to see what's in front of him. See if he can manipulate something. There were times throughout the season, but Minnesota was one of them. The first Commanders game was another. There were different instances. I'm just trying to think of specific. The second Giant game, but I'm specifically about him looking off a safety, because that is so vital for a quarterback to be able to fool a safety, have them start drifting the other way, and then make them turn as you're going. You might be looking at A.J. Brown on one side, and you're going to hit Devontae Smith on the other. That is so pivotal just by that step. The A.J. Brown touchdown, I think that one was against the Raiders, albeit the Raiders. He bought A.J. Brown 3 steps by just having the safety have to turn around because he's looking him off. You get him to the line of scrimmage quickly with enough time, he can make that read. So a lot of that is on coaching. The arm has gotten better. The accuracy has gotten better. But, a lot of times he does default to that one read and unfortunately not go, but more so panic and throw the football away.
Okay, so a year ago, you had a historic run game. Really helped you and propelled you to win the Super Bowl, right?
Sure.
This year you had a pedestrian run game. And when asked, he couldn't carry the team across the finish line. So am I to believe that if you didn't have that historic run game last year, you don't win a Super Bowl?
Well, you're talking about probably the most incredible force other than just Tom Brady and his career that the NFL has seen in a very long time. Saquon Barkley behind that offensive line. So I think it would be tough for anyone to just all of a sudden take that away and then propel to win a Super Bowl. However, in the Super Bowl, when they did take that away and Saquon was averaging 2.3 yards per carry, Jalen balled out in his second Super Bowl. So there are faults within Jalen Hurts. And if you're committed to being a realist and not a Jalen Hurts fanboy, and I'm not saying you, I'm saying other people, then you got to acknowledge that there are areas of Jalen Hurts' game where he needs to get better. I mean, let's be real about this. I am a Jalen Hurts fan. I want him to be here for a long time because I do believe he's clutch. I do believe he can get back to an elite level that we saw in 2022 and in 2024 when he needed to be, when you weren't relying on Saquon Barkley. But what you saw this year was just too many things going wrong for even, I think, the most elite quarterbacks to try to overcome, and what you saw in the inconsistencies of this offense.
Okay, let's get to the monster in the room, so to speak. A.J. Brown. First and foremost, I don't know how Seth saw this, and you tell me. For me, a coach running down the sidelines like a maniac, screaming at his player, my opinion, that's not the place. I'm not saying he's wrong, Farzy. I need more effort out of you. Die for that freaking thing. It's the wild card. Let's go, bro. We got to go here. So I'm not – get off the field, whatever it was. I'm not saying he's wrong. But isn't there a time and place for that? Because some players and some people – Mark, some people have to be hit with a hammer and some people have to be hit with a feather. He has to be hit with a feather because look what it did to him the rest of the game. I'm not telling you that A.J. Brown – is some sort of like strong-willed guy. We see that he's got issues when it comes to insecurities and all kinds of stuff. He's a diva wideout. Welcome to the room. The rest of them are like that. I mean, what'd you make of that? Did you think he was in the right railing on him like that?
I love seeing it. I'll say that much. I love it. I think anyone.
Great.
Yeah, well, no, but I think anyone who loves hard coaching loves to see that, I was surprised. And I know Nick Sirianni does not keep his emotions in check ever. That's literally one of the reasons Big Dom is right there lurking behind every shot.
I know he's got his own private bouncer next to him to control his own emotions. With
3 separate titles, including, I think, game day coaching coordinator. That's a title. But I was a little surprised to see it in that moment. Normally, Nick is a little bit more controlled on the sidelines when it comes to his players going over and having conversations. I've never seen him run somebody down like that. But he wasn't wrong in the message. He was absolutely wrong in how you deliver it, especially when you have someone who's a little fragile like A.J. Brown. It's also somebody that is the first person to point out the criticism and point fingers, and he's not going to give you max effort. Here's what I'll say. I do think that was about effort, and I also think it was about something else. Like that second, really the first drop. It was the second deep ball of the first half that AJ had questionable effort on. Questionable also whether or not he was pass interfered with. If you go to the Buffalo game in the first half, Jalen throws a beautiful ball down the field. AJ tries to make a one-handed catch because his arm is being held by the defensive back. Like, dude, you got to if you're not going to dive out, if you're not going to dive for that ball, make some kind of fanfare about it so the official sees that you're being interfered with, and maybe you get the flag on that play.
Yeah.
The bottom line is you're not doing everything you can. If you're not going to catch the football, there's got to be other things that you're going to be doing in order to try to advance that football down the field. And A.J. Brown hasn't done that, whether it's been drops, whether it's been a lack of effort, or if you're being interfered with, say something about it. Otherwise, guess what? That DB is going to get away with it every single time unless you're going to raise a stink about it. Now, with A.J., the thing that's wild, man, throughout this season, I mean, we've talked about uncharacteristic drops. You go to the Broncos game, giving up on a deep ball that's right there. I can't remember the second game. Another ball down the sidelines. You just stopped running. Like, you can't quit when your offense is struggling the way it has struggled all season long.
You think he checked out? You think he checked out this year?
It's a weird thing. I don't know if he checked out because you're in the playoffs. He talked about his legacy. I'll say this. Watching it, it absolutely looks like he checked out. That's what it looks like. But when you're talking about somebody that before the season was talking about the hunt and not necessarily the game you catch, but he's talking about the hunt and the pursuit of a championship. Were we not all season in the pursuit of a championship? In the playoffs, game one, are you not in pursuit of a championship? I don't know if if he lost track of where the ball was, if he lost it, which is also no excuse. I don't know if he just the DBs were playing him too physical. Again, not an excuse, but I'm looking for an explanation in this. It certainly looked like he checked out. I hope that's not the case, because listening to Jalen clean out his locker yesterday, he gave A.J. Brown an endorsement saying that they're good now. They're on the same page. They're in a good spot. So I wouldn't be shocked if A.J. Brown is back next year. Also, what, $40 million in the cap hit we're talking about if you trade him?
After June 1, it's 16, like 5. However, free agency starts in March. So, I mean, you got to carry that all the way until June.
Good times.
So you got a lot of issues to get to determine. Now, here, let me a couple last ones here for you, Farzy, on this. So do you think he's back?
I right now think AJ's back.
Because they want him back, or because the money?
Both. I still think he's a very look.
I do too. You're not better without him.
He was
not better without him.
Okay. There were a lot of plays where there's no excuse. You were just straight cheeks, brother. Like, that was bad. There's a number of plays where you're just bad. But I still believe he is an elite wide receiver in the NFL. And I agree, you're not better without him. And like, what is are you gonna Jahan Dotson going to be that guy? You're going to draft that guy? You're going to trade for somebody else? Like, if Jalen Hurts after this year is telling you that he and A.J. Brown are good, that's a miracle. All right. After all the turmoil in the early goings of the season, after the turmoil of the Kevin Patullo play calling era, that's a miracle. You survived, at least in that regard. I'd love to see him come back and get another shot, running it back with Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, and Jalen again.
He's laying back.
That's the tougher one. It's really wild to me that he missed, the last month and a half, 2 months of the season, practically, including playoffs.
And from what I understand, Fred didn't find out until like game day.
Yeah, I thought it was late the day before.
Okay, so it was Saturday.
I thought it was Saturday. I could be wrong, but
okay, Saturday. So he didn't find all week long. They were expecting him to start Sunday, right?
Yeah,
and he found out Saturday.
Yeah, but for him, I guess you're already in the swing of things as the starter, and
but you have to, that could deflate some guys, and you're expecting one of your leaders back. You don't get that guy, and you're like, holy cow! I mean, I wonder what that means for his future now going forward.
Yeah, I was talking to some people leading up to it, and they didn't seem too shocked about Lane not playing. And they're more in the know than I am. So the interesting thing for me there was I was expecting him to play. I mean, I thought the whole reason you were holding him out this long was to have him ready for the playoffs, and turns out it was worse. Lane's obviously had issues off the field that he might want to concentrate on, and I'm not just talking about his bout with anxiety and depression and all that. I'm talking about other things that he has going on in his life that he might want to be focusing on. He's already seen Jason Kelsey, Fletcher Cox hang it up. Now it's Brandon Graham hang it up, then come back. There's other things that he might want to be focusing on in life. And he's a 2-time Super Bowl champion. He's a Hall of Famer. This is probably, I wouldn't be shocked if he called it a career. Now, the other side of that is maybe this isn't the way he wants it to end. Maybe he wants one more shot to be healthy. That would certainly be a motivating factor. I really do think, though, in the most fair sense, it's up in the air. And I hate to be on a fence with anything, but this is somebody else's livelihood I'm talking about. So I think he's even undecided on what his future really is, but I would not be surprised if he came back, and I would not be surprised if he hung it up.
Farzy, lastly, I want your takeaway on Tomlin calling it. I mean, here, I want to read you this about Tomlin.
Is that what happened? He called it?
Well, I don't know. Here, you tell me, because listen, last 10 years, 2-7, 7 straight playoff losses. 3 times you missed the playoffs in the last decade. Try that in Philly. I don't care what your last name is, right?
Right.
I mean, and the decision that you made, you got rid of a guy with character issues in George Pickens. Wait a minute. Metcalf was the guy that got suspended, the guy you brought in. So there were a lot of fundamental decisions that really came down here, and there was never really a transition plan in Pittsburgh coming off of Big Ben. I mean, is that a place one for John Harbaugh to go to Pittsburgh? Or how about this? Give me your takeaway on Tomlin's career.
If you want to talk about somebody that was in control, that's Mike Tomlin.
That's your guy.
If you look at Nick Sirianni and you dare use the term CEO head coach, which I hate, and I know you and I have talked about that in the past, That ain't Nick Sirianni. That's John Harbaugh. That's Mike Tomlin. Those are guys that run the show and make decisions.
Absolutely.
It's going to be really interesting to see two guys like John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin be available in this offseason for teams, I shouldn't say guys, but teams, franchises really, that want to kind of overhaul things, because those are two guys that are going to come in with a sledgehammer and take care of business. My thing with Mike Tomlin is you want to get the best out of your players. Mike Tomlin, like Aaron Rodgers gives you a vote of confidence. You know, like guys love Mike Tomlin. Guys love playing for Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin got the best out of his players. I got nothing but respect for what he was able to do. I know it was a Super Bowl that people could talk about with Bill Cowher's players, whatever, but damn, that's still a Super Bowl. And he kept that Steelers team relevant out there in Pittsburgh, but certainly a motivator. But like Baltimore, it was just time to make the change for them.
Boy, gets the best out of players. A no shit guy. Sounds like a Philly dude to me. I don't know.
Little bit. Here's what I will say. We talked about this before Nick Sirianni was hired. We talked about it in the possibility of him being fired after the 2023 season. What is the number one rule of being the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles? Playing nice with Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman. Nick Sirianni crushes that role.
Hey, I'll say this. The bat phone is always ringing. And there's two bat phones, one for that guy, the GM, and one for the owner of the team. I got one. I want to sneak one last one in on you, the owner. What do you think the owner's making away? What do you think the owner thinks of all this? You think this is a Super Bowl window year wasted? Does he think that?
Absolutely. I'm sorry. If I'm Jeffrey Lurie, I'm sorry. What am I paying my offense? And what did we do?
$1 million.
My favorite. I don't know if this was my an original from my cousin, but my cousin Michael texted me, and he was just like, "You gave a Ferrari to a kid with a learner's permit." And I know there's been other variations of that, but that's my favorite one. And that's how it felt. I'm sorry. If I'm Jeffrey Lurie and I give you a Ferrari and you only got your learner's permit, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Now I'm going to go out. I have to get another Kellen Moore. I have to find somebody else that hopefully has some semblance of staying power. Like, who's that guy? Like, is it Mike McDaniel? Yeah, he'll be gone in half a year. He might quit and take a head coaching job in the middle of the season. I say that sarcastically, of course. But Jalen is going to have to get used to the rotating and revolving door of his offensive coordinators, because you don't have a coach that specializes in defense or specializes in offense. You have, again, not a CEO head coach. You have an assistant to the regional manager head coach, as I like to say about Nick Sirianni. He can motivate players, sure. He runs a great meeting by all accounts, but can he make those crucial decisions on game day? We also found out he can't come in and save the day as an offense from Kevin Patullo with 5 weeks left in the regular season. So for me, it's going to all come down to who that next guy is. If you're going to pull Frank Reich out of Stanford, the fact that Kevin Patullo might be sticking around on this team makes me think that Frank Reich might be interested in taking on an offensive coordinator position with the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't think it's going to be Mike McDaniel. I don't think it's going to be Brian Dable. I don't think they're going to bring anybody in.
It's Frank.
That is going to get a fresh start down the line.
Who does Nick have great conversations with weekly?
Frank Reich.
Frank. Who, by the way, I showed Xander a text message because I was kicking the hell. You know what I said? I said something like, this guy should be pulling a rickshaw, not driving a Ferrari. And I got a
That's great. I like that.
I got a text message from Frank going, that's my guy. He said Kevin Patullo's is one of his guys. You know, that's one of my guys.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And I showed Xander that. Xander's like, and he got mad at me for doing that. He goes, a rickshaw? I go, yeah, the guy should be pulling a rickshaw, not driving a Ferrari offense.
Oh boy, now that seals it. He's coming. Okay, let's announce it right now. Frank Reich is the next offensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles. Kevin Patullo stays on as the assistant to the assistant.
No, the passing game coordinator. No, they're going to put him back. They're going to put him back in that role.
Oh, good. So the Eagles can be last in passing again. That'll be fun.
Again, yeah. Listen, if you look at his resume, Farzy, they're all buddy jobs. The assistant to the head coach, the assistant to the wide receiver coach, the assistant
good old boy
to the
network.
running back coach.
Mm-hmm.
They're not real gigs.
Yeah. It's a good old boy network. Come on, man. You know this. You know this better than me.
In our
Come on.
business, you know who they are? They're call screeners.
Hey, don't be talking
John in
call
Norristown.
screeners.
John in Norristown. You can't rip Farzy like that. That's not going to work.
We weren't call screeners. We were producers, damn it.
Uh-oh. Hit a nerve. Hey,
yeah.
Farzy, thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man, so much. Thank you again. It's
back at you, brother. Always good catching up.
What do you think is going to be the next guy?
I'm not kidding. I think it's going to be Frank Reich.
Me too.
All right. Well, let's just make the announcement.
Why not? Who cares about truth nowadays? It's broadcasting today, 101, right?
Hell
Farzy,
yeah, man.
Thank you, bro. We'll see what happens.
Absolutely, brother. Talk to you soon.
You got it. Mark Farzetta, our friend. Yeah, I do. I think it's Frank Reich. Makes the most sense. They don't want to turn anything over. Who are they going to go out and bring in? Brian Dable? No. No, Kevin Stefanski's going to get a gig. Mike McDaniel, you know where he's going to go if he goes anywhere? He's going to go to Detroit because that's more his style of offense. He's going to get a chance to pick where he wants to go. He's already interviewed in Cleveland. And if he's going to go anywhere too, he may go somewhere like Atlanta and work with John, depending on what Harbaugh does. And they need an OC in Tampa. Frank is the mentor. Yes. Hey, Sills, hire Tomlin and bring Bruce Arians in as OC if they had mended fences. Dude, Bruce Arians is not an OC anymore. That's not happening. Mike Tomlin, I think he's going to go to TV for a year. Try that for a bit, and then he's going to go back into coaching. He's a coach, dude. I don't want Stefanski. He is the most overrated of all the coaches. How would you say he's overrated when they've had 4 winning seasons in 25 years in Cleveland? 4 winning seasons, and he's got 2 of them. How is that overrated? You think a coach is going to win with Jimmy Haslam? Seriously, how is a guy overrated in Cleveland? Cleveland. No comment. Hire Big Sills as the offensive advisor. Well, if it's me, I'm hiring Frank. He works with Nick, and he can help Jalen. McDaniel been a Washington fan since he was a kid. Did you see Brian Flores is interviewing for the potential DC job? Whew, man, would that be a great hire? Stefanski's legit. It's Cleveland that sucks. Amen. Sills, fans needed to realize we're likely to be the worst next season. I don't think so. We're building for 27-28 run. Offense has more upcoming issues than just an OC. That would be true. That would be true. I think you got more issues than you think. Again, the moving off of AJ is almost impossible. You got to mend that fence if you're the head coach and AJ Brown. Where am I sending you? Why would I trade AJ? This is what happens. So I'm going to trade him to a shitty team or a good team to get a mediocre draft pick back and have a cap hit of $40 million. How does that make me better? How does that make my football team better? Wait, I'm going to take the money on and get a shitty pick for him, and my offense sucks. Hey, that's the trifecta you're looking for, I guess. You do that crap in Cleveland. You don't do that in Philly. All right. Woo! Had a Band-Aid firing today. Let's bring our boy back in here. Big Zay, Xander Kraus now. Woo!
What's up, brother?
Tell me what you've thought so far, man, over this news here that they fired KP there. What do you think of it?
Well, I mean, I think it was necessary to do. So I understand, obviously, why they fired Kevin Patullo. They didn't live up to expectations, but I really don't think that this is problem number one. Obviously, he wasn't good, but, you know, I think that there's a lot more things to fix. It's only been 2 days. So, look, they could address some of those things, but we're going to see how it shakes out in terms of that. But I will say it's a little bit of an interesting dilemma in terms of there's so many questions about this offense. You know, is it I don't want to say it's not a job that people want. I think people will want it. But like you said, there's been 2 coordinators fired here from the last 3 years. The offensive line is not getting any younger. Their $18 million center played like crap. Their $21 million left guard played like crap. Their Hall of Fame right tackle could be headed to retirement, or if he comes back, how many games you expect him to play. Saquon Barkley's another year older. Jalen Hurts doesn't want to use his legs anymore, or at least it seems like he doesn't want to use his legs anymore. So where do you go? Like, what is the goal, right? What traits are people looking for in the new offensive coordinator? That would be the question I would ask everybody listening. What are you looking for? Is it Todd Monken because he works with dual threats? Okay, great. We got to make sure Jalen's willing to run. Is it Mike McDaniel because you think he operates a complex and powerful passing attack? Well, you might want to look in the mirror there. We hired Kellen Moore last year, who is the architect of some really good passing games and just resurrected Tyler Shuck and the Saints. That didn't really work. So what are we looking at? That's my biggest question. What are we looking for in this next offensive coordinator? I'm genuinely asking. I don't know exactly.
Okay. So when Vic Fangio was hired as the defensive coordinator, I'm going to answer your question right here. Did they bring in Clint Hurt?
I think they did, right?
Yeah. Did they bring in Bobby King?
Yep.
They did. Did they bring in Christian Parker? They did. Vic hired all these assistants, right? Are you going to give a high-profiled offensive coordinator autonomy like that to come in and hire a new quarterback coach? Maybe a new O-line coach?
Yeah, right.
Are you going to give that guy that autonomy? Or are you going to come in and hire a guy like Kellen Moore that was fired his last 2 gigs, who's a guy with some dents in the fender that will listen to you and go along with what they're doing? So when you want a high-profile guy like Monken or some of these other guys, bro, they're going to want to bring their style of playing. Well, if I'm going to bring my style of playing, I've got to bring my assistant style coaches in, don't I? I just can't go like this. Hey, fuck it, I'm going to run a spread offense, and you've got run coordinating guys.
Philly's a different place.
Okay.
You know, Philly operates a little different, you know?
Well, okay. Well, guess what? That's probably one of the hang-ups of Cliff Kingsbury not coming here initially, right? Was that he wanted to bring some of his dudes in.
Yeah, I agree. All right, well, this is my next question then. Is the next offensive coordinator coming here to once again continue the Nick Sirianni offense, to evolve the Nick Sirianni offense, or is he coming here to establish his offense, or whoever it is, their offense? I don't know.
He's going to come here to work within the restrictions of the quarterback.
Yeah, but is he going to establish his own offense, or is he going to be given Nick's offense and try and evolve it?
Okay, well, let's go by
people. Yeah, people get mad.
Kellen Moore did it.
Why this isn't such a simple fix? Like,
it's not right.
Kellen Moore, you know, the quarterback, the head coach, the owner, and the GM have a lot of say. This isn't really like most teams will hire an offensive coordinator. They'll come in, they establish their offense, and they got control of the offense, like Vic did with our defense. I don't know that it's that simple on offense. I think it's going to be very interesting to see kind of how it plays out.
Well, Kellen Moore couldn't run his offense here.
I'm aware. That's why I brought up, be careful what you wish for, you know?
I mean, Vic brought his own people in, dude.
I think that's an even bigger question. Is the next offensive coordinator bringing his offense? Like, for example, people love Mike McDaniel, and I don't know. I think there's just like a portion of fans. I don't know if they watch the games as much as I think they do.
Okay,
they just kind of react to
he's goofy.
They just kind of react to like the results. Jalen's not going to run Mike McDaniel's offense. I think most people who are in touch with the game understand why he's not going to run that offense. So I think Frank Reich, I like it. Established, a lot of experience in a lot of different styles of offense, can work with Nick, but will also have not say over Nick, but will have influence over Nick to say, hey, maybe don't bottle up everything here, or maybe don't.
What else is the most important?
What's that?
What else is the most important? That you say every single year to me. He knows the power structure and how it operates.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
He's the one that came on this program and said that he told Nick, you want that job? He came on this show and said on this show, you want this job? You got to work with the front office and the GM.
Well,
and
you do, but
Frank knows that. You bring someone else that's alien, and he doesn't know that.
Is Jalen Hurts going to revert to being a dual threat quarterback?
No.
You don't believe so?
No way.
Well, you would understand why that would make this process a very difficult one.
Completely.
Okay. Just making sure we're all clear about that.
Oh, absolutely.
I think that's the number one question. Like, if I'm the owner, before I even hire an offensive coordinator, I need to talk to Jalen. Right. Jalen, did you not run because Nick didn't want you to run? Did you not run because Kevin Patullo didn't want you to run? Did you not run because you don't want to run? Because if you're unwilling to run like you did in 22 and 23, where you were a major threat to defenses, then that will change who we're looking to hire as our offensive coordinator. Does everybody agree with that? I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, it makes sense to me. You got to have the right guy.
You took the screwdriver out of the toolbox. You got one less tool to work with now. And he's not a full toolbox. You can't go into a game and he's got these assets where he's going to throw you out of – Jalen Hurts can't throw you out of trouble. Stafford and May and these dudes, they could throw their teams out of trouble. Shit, Caleb Williams throws their team out of trouble. Hurts can't throw their team out of trouble. You couldn't throw your way to a win against that 49er team. That told me a bunch. Okay? It did. It told me a bunch. You're right. Just changing the coordinator, dude, this is a Band-Aid. This is like for the outside people to think that there's some massive changes. But you know what? I will give you Philadelphia fans one thing for. You're not buying the bullshit twice. You know what happened at 23. Brian Johnson got put out there. He was sacrificial lamb. But you know what they're not doing this time? Hey, Nick, we see what's going on here. That wasn't just KP. This is you and the quarterback. Come on, man.
Well, you know what else this does?
Say what it is.
You know what else it does? Is it does put more pressure on not only the new offensive coordinator, but the head coach and the quarterback. Well, if this doesn't work, I mean, the excuse is gone. Everybody had an easy excuse this year to where to put all the problems on, whether it was him or not. Easy excuse. Kevin Patullo sucks. That's why the offense sucks. Well, now if you take that out and you put a guy in there like a Todd Monken, or you put a guy in there like a Frank Reich, or you put a guy in there like a Mike McDaniel, or you put a guy in there like a Brian Dable, that excuse will go away. So in a way, it will increase pressure, on both of those two guys who the organization is built around right now. And I think that's a good thing. I don't think that's a bad thing, but I do think it's a real thing. I think sometimes we operate in a mode of like everybody's untouchable. I would say nobody's untouchable. And another year we will get a little bit closer to what that outcome will be.
We will read your super chats here in a minute. And also do me a favor, guys, please hit the like button. So you do believe that Howie Roseman's pissed off and the owner's probably pissed off because they probably wasted a Super Bowl year window, right? One of the years in the Super Bowl window. Do you not agree? This team should be at least in the NFC title game, right?
Yeah, I do, but I do, but I also think they're smart enough to know they're not going to win it every year.
Okay, I got it. But do you think they believe that this should have went further than what it did?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I do.
So if this is Howie Roseman's roster, you're going to let a guy, if you're under the impression that Nick hired 2 of the last 3 guys to be fired for the guys to run Howie Roseman's roster, you're going to put that in the hands of Nick?
I mean, I wouldn't want to, but what are you going to do? He's a Super Bowl winning coach, right?
Well, that's under the assumption you think he makes the coaching hires.
Yeah, I mean, John just brought up a good point on my segment with him. He's like, are you going to let a guy come in here and you're going to effectively castrate your head coach less than a year after he won a Super Bowl? They at least waited 3 years to do it with Doug.
Okay, well then guess what? Folks, be prepared. 26 is going to look the same. Because your offense does need to be castrated.
You're not breaking any news to me, my friend. If Nick Sirianni returns and Jalen Hurts returns.
Hey, I know I'm not.
Here's what I do think you can immediately improve.
Myself all year.
Wait, this is what I think you can immediately. I know I'm being pessimistic because I just think this is a tougher situation than people think. But this is what I think you can immediately improve on. In-game play calling, situational play calling, right? Third downs, setting up plays, a better operation within the offense. Even if the offense is limited, I believe you can get better at that.
Smooth.
Right, a smoother operation. I think that's
like Kellen said, smooth.
Right, and then I think you can gain experience as well in areas where obviously Kevin Patullo did not have. No playoff experience, no pressure moment experience. Is the red zone offense going to be as good next year? I don't know. Kevin Patullo was good at that, but that's where I think you can immediately improve. But when it comes to really fixing the macro issues of the offense, I think it comes down to strictly player execution in the run game. Because if they're not going to be able to run the ball super well next year, then I think you're going to have a tough time, having the offense that people want. And Roll, that's a good one. That's the other one I meant to say is adjustments. I think you can immediately improve in adjustments. Like you don't have to have the greatest offense in the world,
no.
But when you're jamming a square peg into a round over and over and over again, and you don't even think about it, the fact that it's not working, that's a problem. And I don't know that Kevin Patullo had the experience to make adjustments when the defense was giving you something you might not have expected. I mean, it's football, guys. This is a chess match. You go up against a great, coordinator like Robert Saleh. He's going to try and throw things at you don't see. You got to be able to punch back. If you get punched in the face, you can't just sit there and keep taking punches. And I think that's kind of what happened with the Eagles offense this year. So that's where I see that you can immediately improve with a more I think that's where Kellen Moore was better. I mean, Kellen Moore ran the same offense, right?
Yeah.
But he had more experience with that stuff. So
that's right.
That's where you can immediately improve. But I don't know how the offense changes is my concern. You're going to have Nick back. Are you going to castrate your head coach? I don't know. Is your quarterback going to become the dual threat again?
How don't you castrate your head coach? You hire Frank Reich.
Well, because Frank Reich and Nick Sirianni already have a similar offensive approach, so that will be more of a cohesive unit.
You would see more of a Nick Foles offense with Jalen. What I'm told, you would see more of a Nick Foles type offense.
Yeah, which is kind of similar to what Nick is trying to run right now. I mean, it's a little more based to Jalen and a little more risk averse.
Yeah.
So I think Frank and Nick would work better, but you bring in a guy like
I think they're going to offer him the job.
You bring in a guy like a Mike McDaniel, for example. I mean, and again, he's not a good fit. He's not a good fit. Not with Jalen Hurts. That's just not his style. Yeah,
Two outlier.
It's weird though. I don't know why people take that so offensive. Like, would Brock Purdy play Jalen Hurts' game?
No.
Right. Jalen's not going to play Brock's game.
He's going to go to some place like Detroit or some place that throws and
but my point is, like, if you brought in a guy like that, they're gonna change Nick Sirianni's offense.
Yeah.
I just talked to John about this. The only offensive coordinator who's had autonomy over Nick Sirianni, can you guess which one?
Steichen.
Nope.
Kellen.
Kellen for 4 weeks. First 4 weeks,
That's right.
Kellen's offense.
Spread. They were running the motions and all that.
Spread, motion, passing, 7 turnovers. So that's the only offensive coordinator that has had autonomy over the offense. Ultimately, they brought it in to improve the pass. Remember do you guys remember the season before that, or the offseason before that? Jalen's going to develop as a pro style passer. The passing game's going to get better. All these different things. Motion's going to come back. We were all so excited about the changes coming to the offense. They ultimately never came to fruition, and they shelved it after 4 weeks. Now, maybe that was too quick to shelf it, but that's why I just don't think this is as simple. Like, now you have Nick Sirianni who won a Super Bowl. Are you going to try and do the same thing?
How much is Nick going to be willing to bend by who they hire? Is another one. I mean, like you said, he bent with Kellen. Is he going to take a small knee here again with the next hire? Or is he going to go like this? Frank, please come in. Because if Frank comes in, that's a working relationship that they've had for years. If you bring one of these outlier guys in, man, I don't know. You know?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, Sills. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with this. But look, I do think this. I think this was a necessary step. All right, you're not bringing Count. You weren't going to bring him back, and I understand why. They failed. They didn't reach expectations.
They're going to keep him.
So I understand. It's the first step, and it's very early in the process. All right, it's 2 days into the offseason, so a lot of time to go. But I don't feel like this fixes everything. I don't.
No. Before we read some supers here, I want to play something with you here. Stay or go? Goddard.
I'd like him to stay, but I think realistically he goes. They gave him a $4 million pay cut.
Kobe Dean.
Go.
Jalen Phillips.
Like him to stay, but I'd like N'Kobe to stay too, but probably stay for Phillips.
Okay. Jalen Phillips, stay. Reed Blankenship.
Go.
I'm going to ask you this about this guy because it could be kind of important depending on what they're thinking, not doing, but AJ. Dotson.
Go.
Okay.
But you're right. If they're going to trade AJ, I don't think they should trade AJ. I really don't. Now, if AJ it hates it here so much, which he might, because that guy just wants the ball.
I don't think he hates the fans.
But I just heard you and Farzi talking about it, and it made me really quickly realize, people misunderstand AJ. Even what Farzi was saying when AJ put out that post for he wants to compete, and Farzi's like, well, he was in the playoffs, isn't that competing? No. That's not what he meant. No, he didn't mean that at all.
He meant like Kurt Warner, he wants to be the guy.
When I line up and there's a corner in my face, I want to fuck him up. Yeah, that's what he meant. He didn't mean I want to get to the playoffs with my team. That's not what he meant.
That's right. Kurt Warner.
But I think people are over exaggerating the AJ comments earlier in the year, especially now with hindsight. All right, we're done the season now, everybody. Looking back on it, wasn't AJ just right?
Of course he was.
Right? I mean, the offense stunk, and ultimately was what got him. And they tried to rely on the defense, and it didn't work. So AJ's comments were right. And again, maybe you can argue whether he should have said them or not, but you're going to get rid of AJ Brown. Your team is not going to get better. Find me a team that gets better, that gets rid of a guy like that. Unless you're Patrick Mahomes and you can make it work.
That's right.
You're not doing it.
You can get rid of Tyreek Hill, Xander, when you have Patrick Mahomes.
I would be meeting with AJ. Don't let him leave and not talk to anybody for 3 months. I would call AJ, say, yo, we want you back. I know it was a weird year. We're going to try and get things right. Let's go. We got to go on a run here, man. We have a special opportunity and try and get AJ. I don't think trading AJ makes any sense.
It doesn't. All right. How about this one? Fred Johnson.
Probably gone. I mean, Maybe, I don't know. Last year they let him walk and then they traded for him back.
I would remind him, hey, Fred, was the grass greener on the other side in Jacksonville?
Yeah, no, it wasn't. I would bring back him because
He's cheap.
what is like Lane is if Lane comes back, yeah. I mean,
he might be your stopgap guy to get to the next dude.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Stopgap guy. So I'd keep Fred. I'm good with that.
Okay. So you're bringing Phillips back. Phillips. Now I'm going to go down this lane one more time with you here, and I'm going to ask you, hey, bro, are you going to punt Jalen Carter to 26? You got a 5th-year option on him.
Yeah,
John
said he thinks they're going to now.
That's
surprising because most of the time Eagles will pay that type of player early.
But you know what else it does? It also goes back on the fundamental flaw because, Xander, every single person in Philadelphia told me they were setting up the offseason for Jalen Carter. Well, if you punt, you got rid of Milton and Josh for what?
Well, you were going to have to get rid of them anyway. I mean, we can barely pay Phillips, and how are we going to pay Phillips?
Anybody next year? Well, you won't be paying anybody on defense this year except for Phillips then, because
the
only reason you brought Phillips in was because you got rid of Sweat.
Yeah, but the cap is the cap. I mean, the structure is the structure. They're paying everybody on offense. So whether Carter gets paid early or not doesn't really change the evaluation from last year, in my opinion.
Well, no, what I'm saying is you were going to pay $35 million a year this year. If they're going to punt, you could have put some of that money on one of those two dudes.
Well, I thought a couple things would happen. I thought a couple things would happen this summer that I no longer think are going to happen. I thought Carter would get extended. I think they'll pick up the 5th-year option. I thought Jalen Hurts would get restructured or extended. I don't think that'll happen. I think they're going to wait until after this year with the new offensive coordinator now.
Blankenship's gone.
I had a weird thought, and I know it's stupid, so you can call me stupid in the chat. I'm aware this is a stupid thought, but when you're up against it spending-wise, teams sometimes have to make decisions that are hard to make. And I look at, you asked me about Nakobe Dean, and you have Jihad Campbell.
That's a tough
one. All right, Nakobe Dean's a Mike, and Jihad's a Will. You're paying Zach Bond a lot of money, and he's older. Is there an outside opportunity that they shed that contract by trading him, paying Nakobe Dean half of what Zach Baum was going to make? You get cheaper, and you got 3 years of linebackers with Jihad Campbell and Nakobe Dean. Again, it's stupid. Why would you get rid of Zach Baum, one of the best players on defense? I'm just saying, when you're up against
you're looking at length of time of the defense. You're not looking. See, Zach Baum he's a 1 or 2 year guy.
I get it.
He's got 2 years, maybe tops, right? Nakobe can give you 5 or 6. Nakobe give you 5 or 6. That's what you're looking at, right?
Right. That's what I'm looking at.
And you're looking at
cheaper
and stability at the position, especially with Vic values, right? I don't think that's stupid, dude. I think that's
it's not stupid, but it's stupid from a sense of Baum is the much better player
today. Okay.
Well, and there's also the Nakobe Dean dilemma with injuries.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You want your cake and eat it at that position, right?
Well, we did. Well, the only thing there is we did spend a 1st-round pick, and that makes things very hard. So Nakobe's probably out. If you're keeping Baum, which I think they're gonna, this is why I said Nakobe's gonna be gone. Dean's gone. Then he's gone. You're not paying Nakobe. Keeping Jihad as a 1st-rounder on a rookie deal, which you make good money when you're a rookie deal as a 1st-rounder, and Zach Baum, too much, yeah.
Okay, you're still going O-line, not corner, right? First pick.
I'm going O-line, but it's got to work. I don't think the Eagles will do it that way. They're not going to pick a position and have to draft that position. If the board falls a certain way and the offensive tackles that they wanted are off the board, they're not going to draft an interior lineman in the 1st round. And if a corner that they like is there, they'll probably take the corner. They're going to pick 23rd overall.
23rd overall, I can get me a good O-lineman, man. That's right where they're going to fall because of the shitty quarterbacks that are going to push the draft down this year. You're going to take a boatload of shitty drafts. Hey, give me your takeaway on, again, I want to hear it on Tomlin. What do you make, again, just him resigning and leaving Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, we live in a Ricky Bobby world, especially with sports, where you got to win it all. I think he's an extremely successful coach. I love the way he coaches programs. I love his discipline. I think he's did amazing things with Pittsburgh. But sometimes good things come to an end, and that's just the nature of the beast. And doesn't mean that it was a bad deal for either side, but it just means that it came to an end. And I think he was right to step away. I think the interesting part about it is, he stepped away. They didn't fire him. So, Pittsburgh retains his rights. So if he goes to TV,
so it's like Sean Payton deal.
Exactly right. If he goes to TV for a year and wants to come back, somebody's going to have to trade for him.
It's a first rounder.
Right. Probably.
Maybe multiple.
So I think it's interesting. I mean, I'm a Tomlin guy. I understand he's kind of a divisive guy. Some people don't like him. Some people like him. I'm a Tomlin guy. I like the way he runs his organization, but ultimately, Sil's just not enough success, dude. They haven't won a playoff game in 7 years. 7 straight playoff losses.
And 2-7 in the last 10.
Yeah, so that's a lot, man. And I do think he's a hell of a coach. I think he's a hell of a leader.
I ranked the final 8 coaches in the playoffs. Want to hear them? McDermott, 8th. Man, let me go
wait, let me pull up the coaches. I'll do this with you.
Let me go 1 through 8. I'm going to go.
I agree with you on McDermott, 8th.
Yeah, I think he's the lesser of them. So here, Kyle Shanahan, 1. Peyton, 2. Sean McVay, 3. Ben Johnson, 4. Mike Vrabel, 5. Mike McDonald, excuse me, 7. Who am I missing here?
DeMeco
Ryans, 7. And Sean McDermott, 8th.
I'm going to go a little different than you.
Okay.
Kyle, while he's an amazing offensive mind, he struggled at some of the other stuff when it comes to being a head coach. So I don't think I'm going to put him 1. I'm going to go Peyton 1, even though I'm not the biggest fan. I think Peyton has the most experience and what he's done with that team. Give me Peyton 1. Give me Vrabel 2. Give me Shanahan 3. McVay 4. Johnson 5. Who am I missing? McDonald 6. No. DeMeco 6.
Okay.
McDonald's got 14 fucking wins this year. McDonald 6.
Yeah, but look
DeMeco
at what
7.
DeMeco did in Houston, though, dude.
I know. DeMeco 7, though, and McDermott 8.
Dude, DeMeco Ryans destroyed that Steeler team last night. And their quarterback was dog shit. I mean, they just dude, hey, Xander, was your guy that good, Will Anderson at Alabama?
Yes.
No.
He was that
like
good.
That?
For a different college level, but yes.
Was he that big in Alabama?
No. He wasn't that big, but he destroyed college games. Like destroyed college games. Like he blew up.
He's better than Micah Parsons in 3 years.
Yeah, because he's more built like a TJ Watt as opposed to like Mike is more built like
he's built more like Miles
Garrett.
Yeah,
Garrett or Watt, like a bigger edge. Yeah,
guy. It looks
he's not lanky at all. Yeah, I think he will be, but it'll be a different skill set. Probably won't be able to rush the passer quite as fast as Micah does. That's what makes Micah so good is he can get to the quarterback in a hurry.
Bro, he tortured Rodgers last night.
Yeah, he did.
That
awesome player. Probably one of the best modern or best recent players to come out of Nick Saban.
The guy on the other side, Danielle Hunter, I was told was out of gas.
Yeah, no. Danielle Hunter's a fucking boss.
That freaking dude was rushing.
Danielle Hunter's always been a great player, man.
Bro, they're going to be a tough out, man, that Houston team. I'm telling you, man. You're not going to knock the Defense travels in the playoffs. Do you not agree?
Well, Daniil's one of those guys who really flew under the radar, when he was with Minnesota for a lot of his career. I don't know why he did, but to me, he kind of not under the radar, but he was never talked about as like a top 3 edge. It's because he's, playing with Myles Garrett and TJ Watt and all these guys, but he's damn good, man.
God forbid, man. Hey, do you agree that the Bears have a shot in that LA game because of physicality? If you saw Carolina beat them up.
No, you mean Chicago has a shot.
Chicago has a shot.
Absolutely, They have a shot. That's anyone's game.
Hey, in Chicago, what's the one thing that the Rams are that going into that game? You're a dome team, dude. You're going into windy Chicago. You're going into that weather. I'm telling you, man, I think Chicago has a chance to knock that team off and get to the NFC Championship game and play against Seattle.
I agree. And something you taught me a long time ago. When you watch football, look for trends. In week 12, I just said LA is going to blow that team out. In week 18 or 19 or 20, whatever it is now, the Bears have been the comeback kings. They play physical, and LA has looked the worst they have all year in the last couple of weeks. They didn't even look all that good in that Panther playoff game. Now, they made plays late to win the game, but they looked terrible through their last 3 games of the year, and they didn't look all that good in the wild card round versus the Panthers. I don't think the Rams are nearly as much of a threat as they were like 5-6 weeks ago. And that's kind of football, right? I mean, you got to get hot at the right time. So that's part of it.
How about the story of Darnold? Follow me here when I say this to you, Xander. If Darnold wins the Super Bowl this year, you can win a Super Bowl with a non-elite quarterback. And it's a testament more so that the Jets missed on a Super Bowl winning quarterback because they let the guy down. Darnold can change so many narratives himself, developing of quarterbacks. Look at what we're bitching about in Philadelphia right here with developing a Jalen Hurts. If you could see Sam Darnold, and do you know
Wait, you don't hear anybody bitching about Sam Darnold's new offensive coordinators. How many new OCs has he had?
How about this? Do you want to hear what Mayfield said? Mayfield said that Darnold and him were scout team defensive ends 2 years ago in Carolina. Scout team defensive ends, both of them. Developing of quarterbacks. Bro, the Philadelphia Eagles are not developing your guy for whatever reason, and you're not getting good coaching from him.
Yeah, but
how can you have that kind of coaching on your defensive side? Vic gets to pick all the coaches. He has so much look at the player development. Nolan Smith, Jacoby Dean, Jalen Carter. You tell me two guys that have made the biggest jumps since Vic has got there has to be Jordan Davis and Jalen Hunt. I mean, since that guy.
Yeah, the only difference I would say is developing a player to me is not changing skill sets. And in certain instances, there are rare instances, not very few and far between, where a player like a Jalen Hunt is actually a great example. A guy who hasn't had a lot of experience, he's going to add skill sets to his repertoire. Most other players, specifically players who are top picks, first-round picks, second-round picks, third-round picks, when you talk about developing them, to me that means taking who they are and making them the best in the world at it.
Like Zach Bond.
Like Sam Darnold, who's a good thrower of the football. He's always been a good thrower of the football.
Always been.
Jalen's never been a good thrower of the football or a consistent thrower of the football. So developing Jalen to me looks different than developing Darnold. And I don't say that with disrespect. I know people are going to take it as hate, whatever. They always take it as hate. But that to me, it's different things, and Jalen has developed as a player. But I do think that we're stuck in a little bit of an unrealistic expectation on what Jalen should be becoming because of an offensive coordinator.
Instead of what he is.
Instead of, yes, getting better at what he is.
Correct. Getting better at what he is. The changing of Jalen Hurts is not going to – that's over with, dude. It's helping who he is. Brady says it all the time. He didn't get better doing anything. He got smarter in the process and the processing. What do you think Howie Roseman's conversations are with Nick Sirianni this week?
With who? Nick Sirianni and who?
Howie Roseman.
It's a great question. I think Howie probably has a feeling of, the roster didn't go as far as it should have with what I built. I wonder if they're asking him about this philosophy. Is he going to stick with it? And then I wonder how honest they are.
But Howie had to be privy to that because that's his players.
He knows.
So
they know.
He had to sign off on that style of play.
Guys, they know. They know. Trust me when I tell you.
So do you think he's more disappointed in the fact that he went with that style of play or the roster? I don't think he's disappointed in the roster.
No, I don't know. I think it's a little bit of both.
I think he was disappointed in the style of play because you brought the same fuckers back.
I think but he knows why they run that style of play, Sills. He knows. Wait, let me ask you something.
Boy, it's like the chicken and the egg shit here we're talking.
Let me ask you something. Why does John McMullen come on and when he talks about Kevin Patullo, who the entire city wants to burn his house down, every one of them, John tells me every player on that roster had great respect for Kevin Patullo. None of them thought he was problem number one. None of them.
Can I tell you what that tells me as an ex-player?
It's pretty obvious, but yeah, go ahead.
That he's putting up with more shit than he fucking needs to be putting up with because he's got to do shit he doesn't want to do because there's other things in the building that limit him on making him a better coach. And he's putting up with a ton of shit. Because
that's a nice roundabout way to say, when you're an offensive coordinator.
That's what the players in that building are doing.
When you're the offensive coordinator, though, for a quarterback that struggles to throw the ball consistently through the air, and you get scapegoated for being the coordinator of that passing attack, which sucked the year prior with Kellen Moore, people and the players on that team, again, I sit on YouTube and talk about sports for a living. You think I know more than Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown? They fucking know.
Well, then I'll tell you what that leads to at the end of the day. That leads me to start alienating myself from Hurts. If you're firing quality people and good people in my building and getting people out of the building because you suck and you don't have the skill set, then guess what? You got me thinking this. You're getting a good dude fired. This is another good dude fired. Because why? We have to not hurt the quarterback's feelings by pointing out, like AJ did all year long. Hey, AJ was the only one that had the balls to go out and say this without saying it. You just got through telling me. That's a nice roundabout way. Didn't AJ have a nice roundabout way of not ripping the quarterback?
Yeah. They know. That's my point. That's it. You don't have to make it more of it what you will. Other than that, they know.
It is that.
They know what the problem is. They know why they run this offense. Howie Roseman knows why they run this offense. Trust me when I tell you. He knows why they run this offense.
Not a chance in hell they give that guy a contract extension. No fucking way. 26.
It all depends on this year.
That's right. 26 will dictate
it all depends
whether or not they go forward with that.
The excuses are gone now, right? They got rid of Patullo. You're going to get everything. All right. You're going to get the experienced coordinator. You're going to, let's say, that's it, right? Wait. Everybody told me a lot this year that Jalen Hurts wasn't playing well because of Kevin Patullo. Okay. Kevin's out. Let's see what Jalen Hurts does now.
I don't think there's a guy on the planet that believes that. But it was said. And I'm not saying.
No, the people believe it. You trust me.
How can people believe that and like not see the results? It's wild to me.
Well, it's fine. I mean, it is what it is. There's no more excuses. It's time to put up or shut up. And this is a grown man business. And if they don't perform, then the result will be the result.
Yeah, I posted something on the 29th that this was inevitable. And somebody just retweeted it. That on November 29th, I said, Kevin Patullo will be fired soon. And actually, I thought he was going to be fired after week 6. that you guys would hate him. That was one of my preseason takes. It just didn't make sense. But it kind of did because they were assuming. Do you not agree, Z? That they were just assuming that Barkley was going to come back and be a 1,500-yard back.
Well, I'll tell you what. That's what this team needs. We're gonna talk about Jalen Hurts because he's the quarterback and he's the hotbed topic. But if this team wants to have great success on the offense, boy, if I'm the new OC coming in, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying when I rest my head at night? Man, I hope that offensive line gets it back because we're fucked if they don't.
Hey, Cam, do you mind if I hey, Cam, how you feeling, Cam? I'm sending that guy roses. I want that guy. Hey, Landon, how you feeling?
That's what they need, brother. They need the running game to get back because if they don't, they're not going to be this evolved offense.
You think they'll be the favorites to win the Super Bowl next year?
No.
In the NFC?
No, they're not going to be the favorite, but they're going to be in the mix. I mean, they're going to be a good team. They got a good roster. They got a good defense. They got a lot of players on offense. I mean, Jalen Hurts is, all the talk about him. He's not a bad quarterback. He's a good quarterback. He knows how to win football games. Will they be a prolific offense? No. A hell to the no. But they'll be, hopefully they're better. Hopefully they're better situationally. Hopefully they're better, with the flow of the game. Hopefully they have more answers when needed, and that should lead to more wins.
Let's read some of these super chats, dude.
I know it's like Butterfield. We always get to the super. Relax, big cat. All right, dude.
Hey, do you think there's going to be a splash in free agency, or do you think it's going to be like last year?
No, I don't see a splash, man.
Okay.
I don't see a splash. All right, let's go. Look at Roll Z. If we have a top 10. Hey, Roll, fuck you. I'm not shitting my fucking head. Here's Marshall. What's up, Marshall? Screw all the offensive coaches. Hire Kingsbury or Harbaugh and let them build this offensive room back up. That's how we save the Eagles. Sills is absolutely right. This is a freaking Band-Aid. I agree. I don't know if Kingsbury or Harbaugh are well, I like them better for sure, but
yeah, but dude,
I'm not really the biggest Kingsbury guy. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, he did develop.
I like him as an OC, not as a head coach.
He was the OC of Caleb Williams, and Patrick Mahomes.
Wait, yeah, Caleb Williams at USC. Yep, that's right. That's right. And Texas Tech, Pat Mahomes.
Yep, he was the head coach.
I forgot that he was the Texas Tech coach.
Texas Tech, he recruited him.
Wow, I forgot that.
Yeah,
I like Kingsbury more as an OC, but I like Harbaugh.
Well, I think he's gonna. Listen. Hey, Pittsburgh becomes intriguing now. I mean, I think the Atlanta job.
Call up Pittsburgh and say this. Give me Mike Tomlin. I'll give you A.J. Brown.
Yeah. What are you doing with Nick? Put him upstairs.
Firing him.
Or wait, are you going to put him on the coaching staff? Are you going to put him in the building like they did in a broom closet?
Nah, they're not firing Nick. They shouldn't fire Nick. Come on, that's bad business to fire Nick.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
not doing that.
Business. Just
maybe
like
at the end of next year. Maybe at the end of next year.
We'll see.
That guy doesn't have a good season, bro.
I'm just kidding, everybody. I'm just joking. Here's Q the God. Mac told me stats don't matter, even though the eye test matched. KP needed to go to the film, showed it. Now Nick has to as well. Otherwise, it's the same thing. Q, I think it's going to be the same thing regardless. I mean, I don't know how much evolution is coming on this offense. Does everybody understand the problems that I proposed earlier? It's not to be doom and gloom. It's simply, does the new offensive coordinator have autonomy? And if he doesn't, what does the evolution of the Sirianni offense even look like?
No way.
It's going to be interesting to see, though. It's going to be interesting to see. Here's Freddie.
I think it comes down to how pissed off they are at Nick. Because they're not pissed off at Nick, nothing's changing.
Yeah, but if the organization knows what the problems are, I think they understand. Of course, I think Nick deserves a little more credit because he's the one who crafted and created a philosophy that allowed you to win at the level you've won at with an offense that was never prolific.
Okay, well then firing that guy meant nothing.
Patullo?
Yeah, because you're going to do the same shit no matter.
Did it ever mean anything? Hiring him didn't mean shit anyway.
No.
Other than the situational stuff I think is relevant. Here's Abe. Next week, catch Patullo on JAKIB 3:30. Yo, Kevin, come tell all, brother. By the way, the other thing here, John brought up a good point. Is like, so they're reporting it as like they didn't really fire him, they demoted him. Yeah. Maybe he might stay.
Yeah.
Why the fuck would he want to stay here?
Right.
He got publicly humiliated. He's getting his house egged. He is now being held responsible for a passing attack that already sucked ass. They were 29th in the NFL last year. The offensive line got worse at almost every spot. The running back got worse. The wide receivers got worse. The quarterback didn't run as much. I mean, why the fuck would he? And now his guy, the head coach, instead of sticking up for him, fucking bailed on him. How could you do it to me, Fredo?
So wait a minute. Hey, funny. So wait a minute.
He's a rat. Nick went rat on him.
So I should take my money and go to the beach, right?
I would get out. I would go call Kellen Moore. Him and Kellen Moore were good.
Good.
They built a good relationship. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great call.
Here's Marsh. I'm so tired of the Nick Clown show. Offensively, him and his philosophies are a joke. Get him the fuck out of here now. Well, Marsh, can I just ask you? I mean, I get it, bro, but can I ask you something? They did win a Super Bowl with that philosophy. And
get to another one.
I mean, really? I know it's not pretty. I get it, Marsh, and you don't feel like he's giving you the advantage. Is there a small, Marsh, just consider this a possibility. Is there a small possibility that the head coach of the team that's been to 2 Super Bowls maybe knows a little bit more about the quarterback and the offensive personnel than we do?
Okay. Let me go on this side then. You said something about John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin. Doesn't everything run its course? Well, how do you know Nick's course isn't shorter? Instead of 18 years, it's 6 years before people catch up with that risk averse.
Everybody thinks that Jalen Hurts can be something. I don't know if he can be.
He's not.
I mean, look, Zeal says no. Most people will say no, that it's not. It has nothing to do with Nick. All right, so you believe that Jalen should be put in an environment where you got to push the ball down the field.
Like
John always said, be careful what you wish for.
Like Stafford? Like you think Jalen's going to succeed in a Stafford offense?
I'm expecting Stafford to have a big game in Chicago. Weather doesn't faze that fucking guy. You keep calling him a dome guy. He came to Philly in the snowstorm last year and put up 350.
350. He did put up 350 yards. He did.
If Chicago is going to win that game, they're going to have to score some points because that defense is not that good.
They're going to have to run the shit out of the ball in that.
Yeah, agreed. Bully them. Look at the supers from way earlier. Sirianni, 0 spine. I'm getting to him, dude. I'm getting there. Relax. Here's Takeem. What's up, Takeem? Trade Nick Sirianni, QB Tanner McKee, and edge Nolan Smith to the Cleveland Browns for quarterback Shedeur Sanders, Grant Delpit, and a 2026 third-round pick. Hire Frank Reich as your head coach. Problem solved.
You are not moving off your freaking quarterback. Stop with that. You're not.
I don't think he's saying move off the quarterback.
What are you getting Sanders then for?
To replace McKee.
As a backup? Does that fit this? Oh, Jesus Christ. Many of you guys get so many. This is going to be one of the greatest off seasons of all time here for the Eagles, man.
Here's Harry Butterfield. Harry, thanks for the $10, bro. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Harry.
For ripping you earlier. I was getting to it. Big Sills and Xander, can you answer me why keeping Nick around is worthwhile? If for the team to be successful, he needs to be put in the corner and do absolutely nothing for all 3 sides of the ball?
Well, here, let me add it up for you. Go here, 9. Got to use my Miami math. Then 14 and 3 again. Then 39 and fucking 12. And then 11 and 6. This guy has won 50 fucking one ball games in the last 4 years. And you say, why should I keep him around? I don't know. And 2 Super Bowl appearances. Bro, come on now. You're not blowing a guy like that out.
Nick Sirianni runs this simple offense that everybody thinks sucks for a very specific reason. Whether you want to acknowledge it or accept it is not my problem. That's why he runs it. He never ran a simple offense. You know, when Nick Sirianni was hired, he never ran a simple offense before. He had a great offense.
682 attempts by Phillip Rivers in 2015.
Yeah, and he's Fredo. He betrayed his boy, Kevin Patullo.
Hey, the other guy too.
Guys, I hate to say this too. We're one coordinator firing away from Jalen Hurts being labeled a coach killer.
Say it again. You're one coordinator from what?
From Jalen Hurts being labeled a coach killer. You got 2 coordinators fired. Now, 2 have also gotten jobs. Or 2 have gotten jobs, but it's like boom or bust.
Dude. All right. Hey.
Wait, we got more. We got to keep rolling. We're gonna go overtime. You're gonna have to.
I gotta do a live. I gotta do a 32.
We'll get it. Suo says, people wonder why AJ is pissed all year. Top 5 wide receiver that ranked 16th in targets. CD missed 4 more games than AJ and only had 4 less targets. It's criminal. Yeah, but the problem is they threw to him, man, in the crunch time. He didn't catch it.
That's a high-volume offense, too, dude.
Catch the ball, though. You're going to bitch about it. Catch it when it comes your way. Here's Nyla. Sills, fans need to realize we're likely to be worse next season. We're building for a 27-28. No, it was supposed to be 26-27 a year ago. Now it's 27-28.
That's right. It's supposed to be 26. I said you were going to be good in 26.
You know what else Howie's thinking about? He's like, man, I'll really be in the Hall of Fame if I can win a Super Bowl with a 3rd coach and a 3rd QB.
And that QB. Hey, if I can win
with another new regime.
With another guy.
Another
with Tanner.
new regime.
Bro, if he wins the Super Bowl with Tanner McKee, they're going to they're going to put another statue near Rocky.
RMP, if we go 1 minute over 6, Sills gets out the Corona bottle and smacks it over my head, breaks a Corona bottle over my head. We got that one with Do you get Marshes at 440? Fuck it, at this point, make Howie the head coach?
No, I didn't.
But Nick has to go. His nobody believes is Nick, not even the team. I don't know. Here's Cody. Did you get this one? Keep AJ for 1 more year. Let Howie work magic by the end of the year. Turn those draft picks into a top 10 pick and get Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State. That's a big ask.
Bro, Jeremiah Smith's going to go 1 or 2.
Walk out. Did you get this one? Dan, you called this mess all year?
I did.
Jeff Bone, the Eagles offense got arrogant. Wait, somebody said I missed one from before the first time I came on. Let me find that. Is this one Bald Eagle? Sirianni has no spine. Eagles put him in a Peterson position. Made him choose his job or Patullo. Threw his buddy under the bus. Look at my other super. Eagles just fired Patullo. And what else did you say? I think the A.J. Brown and Sirianni dilemma is the most interesting. If Howie trades A.J., shows Sirianni will stay. If A.J. stays, shows Sirianni is first to go.
Correct.
Interesting.
Yep.
I do think he went Fredo on his boy Kevin.
Oh, I do.
A.J. only had 1 drop the whole regular season. Thanks, Suo. Domenico, can Nick still motivate the players with the same BS? Maybe not.
I agree.
All right, that's all of them. All right, you want to do a 30 and then we'll wrap it up.
Hey, didn't he just put one up there too? I thought we just had a brand new one come up here too.
So I got it. AJ only had 1 drop the whole regular season.
All right. Thank you, man. All right, let me do a quick one here, Xander. Then we'll do a time. Then we'll close it up.
One more. Go Bird, because you're relying on the health of Dean. No thanks. Yeah, I agree. All right, Sills. I'll let you do your 30 and then you can wrap it up. All right, dude.
We're relying on the health of Dean. No thanks. All right. You guys were awesome with the super chats today, man. I want to thank everybody, man.
Hang in there, everybody. We're just getting started on the 2026 offseason for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Boy, this team never stops giving the golden egg, does it?
They really don't. They're
all right, man. Let me do this here, and we'll close her up here. All right.
All right, dude.
Folks, my friend, thanks, Zane. My friends at Morgan & Morgan, we really appreciate these guys being part of the National Football Show. The #1 injury law firm in all of America for a reason. It's because they defend families like yours. Thousands of attorneys from coast to coast make sure they take care of you. If you ever hurt or injured on the job, please take my advice and go forthepeople.com/big sales or pound law 529. That's forthepeople.com/big sales or pound law 529. And do me a favor, you tell them Big Sales sent you.
There's a reason Detective Johnson is the gossip king.
Oh, did you hear? Jackie and Tom
are getting a divorce? Sad.
Well, I heard that Ashley
had work done on her face? Yeah, oof.
Just like there's a reason Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. Injured? With over $25 billion recovered for our clients, there's a reason to go big.
Bathroom? Okay.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Oh, okay.
All right, guys, spectacular day again. Again, and more to come. Who gets the job? I can't wait to hear Lori and Howie and Nick talk. Jalen, maybe we'll say something over the next couple of days. A.J. Brown situation. Plus the playoffs. Amazing what's coming up on the divisional. We'll cover that all. We have Battle Royale, by the way, tomorrow. What an interesting one. You don't want to miss that. Howard Eskin's going to join us, too, by the end of the week. We appreciate all of you. Big Z, Joe, thank you. 2 to 6 tomorrow. We'll see you on the flip.